I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education to order. At this time, I would like for Dr. Miller to please call the roll.
Good morning, board members. Ms. Frances Boomer,
Here.
Ms. Naomi Clark,
Present.
Mr. Victor Doug,
Present.
Mr. Carol Ipop,
Present.
Ms. Stephanie King,
Here.
Ms. Kelly Muse,
Here.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Here.
Madam Chair, all members are present and you have a quorum.
Thank you. And at this time, I'd like to get a motion to approve the board agenda. Maybe before there, are there any amendments to this agenda? If there aren't, then I'd like to get a motion to approve the August 17th, 2021 board work session agenda.
So moved.
Second.
It has been moved and second that the board work agenda, August 17th, 2021 work session will be approved. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Those not in favor, the same. Ayes have it, the motion carries. And at this time, we would like to briefly go over our mission, our vision first. We vision a public education system that challenges all students as learners and prepares them to imagine and create a successful life. Value educators and empowers them to inspire and spark innovation in every student. Leads in education and community engagement and invites all students, their families, and all members of the community to work together to support public education to the benefit of our students, our community, our nation, and our world. Our mission is together with our families and community, Craven County Schools will educate all learners to personal, professional, and civic success through challenging and personalized instruction. And at this time, I would like to ask our co-chair, Kimberly Smith, to please go over our rules.
Thank you, Chairman Boomer. Our meeting ground rules, which are posted on the back of our wall that we use for the big green sign back there that we use for all of our Craven County Schools meetings, are to post and approve the agenda, listen as an ally, one person speaks at a time, respect each other, no sidebars. And that includes, I just want to say out there too, because when you guys have sidebars, the audience has sidebars, it's really distracting for us up here. It seems like it's really quiet, but it actually is quite distracting. Everyone participate, stay on task, start and stop on time, schedule appropriate breaks, evaluate at the end of each meeting. And if everyone can make sure that anything that beeps, cell phones, iPads, iWatches, anything that could be for alert and disturb the meeting, if you could make sure those are on silent like right now. Remind all board members with the use of cell phones that, we've been advised several times, if you use them during the meetings, they can be, part of the public record. And also it gives an unfair advantage to people that might be participating with that conversation when there are people in the room that aren't able to participate with that conversation. So just take that advice in,
I'll go ahead and let you guys
Process
know
it.
my daughter's at Duke today, having
That's
a
fine.
procedure, so I'll probably be on the phone texting her to see how it goes from her daddy.
That's fine. She won't be participating in the meeting. Then item process is if you have an off-task thought, please put it on a yellow sticky, put it on the gray that's out here in front, and we'll pick that up and check on those. Chairman Boone will make sure they're covered before the meeting adjourns. A process for tornado or fire is we're going to split between Mr. Silvera and Mr. Gatchell. We're going to split the room to the right. Raise your hands in case people don't know you, Mr. Silvera and Mr. Gatchell. Going to split the room to the right. If we had a tornado, we would exit this side, would exit into the interior hallway, get down, cover our heads. To the left, to my left, we would go out and enter the interior hallway the same way, get down, protect ourselves. If we were to have an intruder and the intruder was not in the room, we would lock the doors. We would alert the building, inform whoever needs to be informed, law enforcement, the rest of the building. We would stay until we had the all clear, and then we'd evacuate the building. If the intruder is in the room with us, we're going to follow kind of the same thing. We're going to alert law enforcement and the people in the building, take care of each other, do everything we can to counter, and just take care of each other here in the room, guys. That's it.
Thank you. And at this time, we're going to ask our board attorney, Mr. Brian Gatchell, to lead us with the invocation.
Board members, if you'll please pray with me. Holy God, grant us wisdom this day. Wisdom to approach our tasks, our daily dealings, and our lives with care and prudence, yielding to your authority. You have set before us standards and expectations for living according to your principles. Reveal to us again our responsibility in light of your precepts to change our self-serving ways and to follow paths of righteousness. When we are inclined to compare ourselves with others, may we discover that it is in meditating on and abiding by your commandments that gives us value and purpose comparable to none. When we seek to grow in knowledge and accomplishments, may we learn that our wisdom and success will disappoint us if we have not grounded ourselves first in your truth. May we come to delight in the reassurance of your presence and in the protection of your guiding hand. Allow us to taste the sweetness of your promises. May your words be like honey to our mouths. In the strength of your name we pray. Amen.
Amen. And at this time, I ask everybody to please rise. I'm going to ask Board Member Stephanie King if she will lead us, please, with the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Amen.
And at this time, I take the special privilege to welcome our and recognize Mrs. Nancy LaPlante. Thank you for being with us. She's a parent of a student at Craven Early College, and she's our parent representative for this August Board of Education Lead work session. And we would like to also recognize our wonderful students, Courtney Stokes and Isabel Raines, who are also students at Craven Early College. And they are student representative for this meeting. Thank you all for coming. And we invite you at some point, you will probably be able to participate. Well, thank you. We appreciate all that you're doing, and we hope that you guys have a good year this year as well. Okay, academic services. Dr. Tasha Diggs, she's already up and she's ready.
Good morning, board members and guests.
Good morning, Dr. Diggs.
I have 2 items for you this morning. The first one is the UNC Wilmington College Advising Corps and West Craven High School proposal. And this is something that we'll be asking for you to approve at the end of the presentation, if you so choose. The UNC Wilmington College Advising Corps has chosen to partner with West Craven High School this school year as a qualifying high school in the program. And I'll go through the presentation with you that they shared with us a couple of weeks ago with the Dr. Miller and Cabinet and I. This is a program that I'm familiar with from having had it at my previous high school. And so when they established one at UNC Wilmington, and this will be UNC Wilmington's first year of having the program, and there are other schools universities that have it, and I'll show you that in the presentation. West Craven High School is our qualifying high school, and they would like to partner with them in doing so. I don't have the clicker. Okay, you're fine. You can see the mission for College Advising Corps in working with qualified low-income, first-generation underrepresented students who enter and complete higher education. And their approach is to place college advisors, and they refer to them as near peer because of their age. These are students who are within 2 years of having graduated from the university level themselves. And the purpose is to expand economic opportunity for students of all backgrounds in urban and rural communities. And West Craven High School qualifies by being one of the qualifying rural communities. There are universities that work with schools in urban areas, but that's not what our qualification area would be. And then the advisors are prepared to lead as agents of change into the future. And this is something that although they would be partnered with West Craven High School and the advisor would be placed there, there are opportunities for that person to provide services across our entire district. Now I know that question was going to come. Just history of the program. It started in 2005 at UVA. There were 14 advisors in rural high schools. And then in 2007, they expanded, and now there are 10 programs or partner institutions. As far as the ones that are in North Carolina, you can see them listed there. They're at UNC Chapel Hill, Duke University, NC State, which is the program I was familiar with, Davidson College, Appalachian State, UNC Wilmington, and North Carolina A&T State University are launching this year. So they'll be placing advisors into high schools in their areas in this coming school year. And as you can see in the 1920 school year, they had 829 near peer advisors and how many students they served in the number of schools. So that's quite a few students that are being served at no cost to their districts. And then the in-school advisors serve in 17 states. And again, like I said, the near peer is based on the age and of those students who will be serving in these roles because they have just recently graduated from the university themselves. They will be advisors to the schools daily. So this is like another full-time faculty member that they would have working out of their student services department. And as you can see there's a whole school approach where they will be working with all the students in that school, but they definitely want to focus on the seniors because those are the ones that are going off to their chosen areas for the next year. So they would have to meet with all 100% of the seniors in that school, and they keep logs of that are checked by the principal of the school as well as the person in the counseling department that they are paired with as their direct supervisor. Assist with FAFSA completion. So you're probably familiar with how we would have the FAFSA nights at the schools. This is someone that's on site every day, able to help the students and parents work on that at any time that they choose. Assisting with college and scholarship applications, classroom presentations, and then also the after-school programming. And this is where they could also serve students and parents at other schools. So if they host something, even if it's virtual, students from Havelock High School or our early colleges could participate and get the information as well as the students and parents at West Craven High School. So they do have to collect data in order to evaluate their programs. You can see those key areas there as far as college enrollment, student persistence, application milestones, school culture, as well as focusing on their advisors. And then they have 6 key performance indicators that they are looking at in order to assess the program and make sure that it's meeting the needs that are designed for the program, as well as the needs of the school where they're placed. As I mentioned earlier, the advisor actions, the one-to-one meetings, they do have to set those up for those students to come directly to their office, and they'll meet with them to discuss their post-secondary plans. So even if the student is not planning to go directly to college, if that student wants to enlist in the military or go directly into the workforce, they still have the opportunity to meet with this advisor and get their assistance in their plans. They do have a goal of getting all the students to apply to at least one college, which is something we try to do already through the college application week in October. And so even if that is them applying to a community college, they have that under their belt in case they change their minds about what they're planning to do. The student actions, again, the college application process in submitting at least one college application, completing the FAFSA. These students are trained on all of this, and they go through intensive training, which they're actually going through that right now, to help parents and students with the FAFSA completion process. And they're also trained in helping our undocumented students. So that's something that our traditional school counselors don't necessarily receive direct training on before they start their programs, but these college advisors do receive that training. Also test registration when it comes to the ACT and SAT. And so those key performance indicators are shared with their school contacts and the school administrator. So that would be whichever counselor is assigned to them at West Craven High School, as well as Mr. Montreal Lee at the school, so that he can make sure that they're meeting their needs in case anything needs to be changed as far as how the advisor operates. Program benefits for the partner schools, you can see those listed as far as them being available to the students and families, the hands-on assistance, again, with the college applications and financial aid process, opportunity to increase the college applications submitted. Like I said, normally we would go through the entire year and not all 100% of the seniors would apply to college, but their goal is to try to get them to fill out at least one application, which again, may be to the community college if they do not have a university in mind. Educational program for the school community. Again, they're reaching out to not just West Craven High School, but other students and families in the Craven County school community. Tracking their data. And again, one of the main areas that they want to stress is the advisor comes at no cost to the school or to the school district. There is an MOU, or memorandum of understanding, that we would sign with the board's approval to engage in this program that establishes how we will work collaboratively with the UNC Wilmington College Advising Corps, We have to provide a workspace for them. So basically setting up an office like they would have if they were a school counselor at the high school. Advisor access to technology, we would issue them the same technology that our school counselors are issued. Having access to student data, which would be us granting them view-only access to PowerSchool, because it's hard to advise a student when you can't see their data and their transcripts. So they would have access to that. Designated on-site supervisor, which would be one of the school counselors at their school where they're assigned, and then providing the advisor support when needed. So the school administration and staff would support this person as a full-time staff member or school counselor on their site. So the timeline that's established, the onboard advising and executing the MOU that I just mentioned, that's what's been going on since July and August. The College Advising Corps Director, Ms. Veronica Tapia from UNC Wilmington, and the Gear Up Director, Nikki Lyles, met with Dr. Miller and Cabinet a couple of weeks ago to go through this entire program. I didn't want to just bring it to Cabinet myself because I was a little biased because I was familiar with the program, so I wanted them to have an opportunity to ask questions directly from them and get information before we brought it to the board. Identify an on-site supervisor, which Mr. Lee would do that if we go through the approval process. The pre-service summer training for advisors, as I mentioned, they're going through that now. This is very intensive training where they make sure that they are aware of all the different aspects of their role. And then if there were ever any concerns, we're able to contact UNC Wilmington to make sure that if that person needs additional training or access to something, that they get that in a timely manner. And then once they complete their training, the advisor is placed in the school as of September 7th, and they would start working full time. And so again, like I mentioned earlier, this person does everything that any other staff member would do on your campus. That if you have your staff members doing game gate duty, this person would do game gate duty at your school. The one that served at my school, she actually started coaching one of our soccer teams. So they completely immerse themselves in their community and in the school where they're working. I think that may be the last slide on that one. And so the other aspect of this, like I mentioned, was the memorandum of understanding, which is attached to your agenda in assembly. And then the only commitment that we would need to make, in addition to the other areas that I mentioned, like making sure that they have access to technology and an office space, is a $50,000 match. But that $50,000 match isn't us putting in money. We just have to make sure that our students working with the college advisor earn at least $50,000 in scholarships that year. And so that's how the match is completed. And we get that anyway, even without this additional assistance. That could be one student getting a full scholarship to a university. So that's the only matching process. And if for whatever reason, none of our students got scholarships that first year, they're not holding us to paying them $50,000. That was something that Dr. Miller definitely asked before we completed. If we had some unusual year, but our students get $50,000 in scholarships, even just working on their own. But that is the only commitment that is from a financial standpoint, but it's not in money that we have to pay. Okay. And so, as I mentioned earlier, we don't have to pay any money. As long as the West Craven High School students accumulate at least $50,000 in scholarships, that's our financial commitment to it. So, yeah, they've been getting that and a lot more all along. So that's the main part of the commitment from that. Like I said, we would have to sign an MOU. And the other part that I didn't mention earlier, that college advisor is placed in the school for 2 years. And then after 2 years, they assign a new college advisor. Because if they left that person there for many years, they're no longer a near peer as far as being 2 years out of the university. Yes, sir.
On that $50,000 match, earlier you did say that they will work across the district, so that $50,000 match wouldn't come from any student.
No, it just has to be West Craven High School because the partnership is with West Craven High School. Mm-hmm. Ms. Clark.
I'm sorry, Ms. Clark.
Thank you. Wonderful presentation. I'm excited. That being said, got a couple of questions.
Okay,
for you.
yes, ma'am.
When do you foresee this going into the other high schools?
We cannot determine that because it's based on them determining that it's a rural school or an urban school. And right now our other schools don't qualify. When they're looking at urban, they're looking at the schools that are in the Charlotte-Meck area, Durham. So even our New Bern High School that may feel like urban to New Bern is not urban based on the qualifications. And they have universities that serve those students. So, and I don't think that Havelock High School would qualify as a rural school when you compare it to West Craven High School.
And
So-
I'm not trying to create a schism
Oh, no,
between
you're fine.
any of the schools, Mrs. Boomer. But if they go into Harlow, I would just ask them to revisit that, but I think this is a wonderful program and our students can't help but benefit. And I'm heartened by your presentation and this particular project. So kudos to all the work that you've put into this effort. Thank you.
And I agree with her. There are some areas. Adams Creek and
Temples Point
Yeah.
Road.
I don't know that it would qualify as a percentage of it, but yes, it is something I can ask them to definitely check again.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Mr.
And
Gunn.
I was reading through it last night.
Mhm.
I saw a point that said they only serve one school per district, so it would probably only be one school in our district.
Well, starting out, this is UNC Wilmington's first start. When I had the program at my school in Pender County, they served 2 of the high schools in Pender County, but that was through NC State, and their program had been going on for a while. So it's still about qualifying because my school, Heidi Trask High School and Pender High School, were both very rural schools, so they both qualified.
I think it's great.
So we would need your approval. No, that was it. That was everything. Yes.
we were so excited.
Yeah. So as soon as we have your approval, then we would notify them, and they would make sure that our person is assigned and ready to start September 7th.
I need to get a motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, it has been moved and second that we will approve the partnership with UNC to the service to Westbury High School. Are you ready for the question? All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. Ayes have it, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you. My second item this morning is the Avid enrollment update that some of the board members requested from July. And so this is just enrollment information based on the demographics of those students. And I'll wait for Stephen to get back. Okay. And like I said, this is enrollment information based on the demographics of the students who are enrolled to participate in our Avid programs for this coming school year. We won't have achievement data or student performance data until we have the other data when it's no longer embargoed in September. So we'll do another presentation later. The Avid enrollment by gender across these 6 schools, we did not include Oaks Road Academy because remember, Oaks Road is our only elementary school. They are Avid school-wide, so every single student in their school counts. So it would skew the data if we included them. They do not exclude any students. But on this first slide, you can see the female to male comparison at each of the schools. And then in orange is the total number of students at each one of the schools enrolled in their Avid programs for the coming school year. And those are actual numbers, not percentages, but numbers. Okay. And then this one is the breakdown by race. Not all of the racial groups are included because some of them had like just 1 student or 2 students, so that it was going to make the graph really long and you wouldn't be able to see the numbers. So not all of them that you see will add up to that grand total, but it's because we may have not even included on this graph like 2 Pacific Islanders or 1 Native American student. So just wanted you to see where there were decent sized numbers. So we included Black, Hispanic, 2 or more, and white, and then the grand total for each of the schools. And then the AIG students enrolled at each of the schools. So in the goldish yellow color, the total number of AIG students compared to the total number of students in their Avid program. And Grover C, for them, this is their first year having Avid, so it's just their 6th graders that are involved in the program. Yep.
What grade does it span to 8th grade?
6 through 8. Yes, H-Day and West Craven Middle School all have 3 grade levels. They've had it for a little while, but this is Grover C's first year of being involved.
So this is 2 students at Grover C.
2 AIG students. 2 of their 25 students are AIG.
2 of the 25.
2 of the 25
are AIG.
AIG. Yes, not all of their AIG students in the school, just those in the Avid class. Yes, ma'am. Students with disabilities, these are students in our exceptional children's program. So you can see the number out of all of the Avid students at each school.
I've been out for a while, but is it common to have AIG students in Avid?
They can be, because
Okay.
there's more than one qualification or characteristic that we're looking for. It could be an AIG student who doesn't have the home support to be college going. It could be an AIG student who's first year college, first generation college in their family. So not just looking at one criteria that would include or exclude them.
But AIG is not supposed to be the determining factor.
It's not the only factor.
Right.
Yes.
But it is supposed to take a secondary role to those students who are first generation college students or those people of color. And that's not just Black folks. If you go back and you look at the mission of Avid,
Correct.
so
Yeah.
from what I read, your graph for each day, 5 AIG students compared to,
There are five, yes, there are five of the 67
okay,
students are AIG.
thank you.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yes, there's 67 students in HJ's total Avid program. 5 of those are AIG.
And I think what, yes, I think with the AIG is that, like, some of them will be the first generation
Mhm.
going to college.
Yes, ma'am.
And some of them also, even though the AIG, don't necessarily feel because of their financial situation that they're able to even go to college.
Correct.
So this gives them hope.
Again, oh, sorry, I'm sorry. You didn't finish
No,
your
you're fine.
presentation? Did you finish?
No, yes, Mr. Boomer was,
But sure. Again, there was some confusion during the last presentation because most of the students presented were from the AIG population. And for those of you in Zoom land or in the audience who thinks that I'm trying to create a schism between AIG and our regular or students with disability, I'm not. And Mrs. Boomer is gonna fuss at me saying, don't bring the personal information into this, but all 3 of the Clark kids were AIG identified. But if we look at the mission of Avid, my kids were going to go to college anyhow. And if you look back again, and I'm heartened to see this improvement. That's all I mean, kudos to the principals who went back and looked at the criteria with fidelity. Because again, if you look at the mission, it says it's to close the achievement gap. And again, AIG students, for the most part, they've got a gap ahead of those kids that are either first generation college students. And again, even folks who are not people of color would fall within the Avid range. So let's just nip that in the bud.
Okay.
But again, we've got to go back to the criteria. This is different from the program from UNCW because UNCW specifically says, or the program specifically says, we're going to gear or garner towards all the students.
yes, ma'am.
Avid has a particular focus. But again, thank you to the principals who went back and said, we can do things differently. And I think that comes, because I've talked with Mrs. Freebo at HHS, and no reflection on the other 2, but I live in Havelock. But it's a matter of who the counselors refer to these classes, and that's a big step. If I'm just referring AIG or those folks who are going to go to college anyhow, then some folks are not adhering to the mission of Avid. And Madam Chair, I appreciate for you letting me say that. If you satisfied my criteria with that, how are you going to monitor this? Mr. Taylor?
You mean to make sure that the enrollment is meeting those criteria? As we go through the application process for the next school year won't happen until the spring. So we have to be sure that when we go through that process, that we have a consistent process, which they established this past year, that all the schools are adhering to. So they have a common application, there's a common interview rubric, and a common application rubric that they are scoring the students on to make sure that they are meeting the criteria.
It was getting out of hand, which is why we asked that it did go back and be reevaluated last year.
Okay.
And we did have a long conversation about it. And we did have a deep conversation about it.
some of us have received phone calls that it was not done the right way. And kids that they thought should have been in the Avid program were not in there. And some they thought they should not have been in there, were in there.
But keeping in mind that they do have to apply.
The Avid program.
Yeah, I'm sorry, but keeping in mind, they do have to apply. They invite the students and they still have to, because some of them choose not to apply to be a part of it. Mr. Ipock had a question.
I appreciate the information very much. And the changes, the first statement I'd make is that AIG can be anybody. So it can be a child that's even homeless, you know, that needs support, that has no chance to be in college. Otherwise, with that noted, also, when I look at students with disabilities, I'm surprised that the number is so low. It's not representative of our student population. Looks like it's 0.5%. I'd have to pull out the calculator, but I'm surprised that more students with disabilities that are, you know, that function very well in the classroom aren't taking the opportunity to do it.
And I think that's one of the things you have to look at with the students. Our students with disabilities covers a range of students, from our adaptive life skills students to students that are resource or inclusion students. So the ability level. So that number, the number of students with disabilities is pretty large in our district, but we need to look at the ones that are still eligible for this type of program in determining how small a percentage it is. So that's something else that we would have to tease out from the total numbers, but I understand what you're saying.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
But I guess in defense, I've noticed we've all, a few of us have said it's been corrected. This data shows that it was correct to start with. Am I right with what I'm saying? The numbers.
No, these are
the numbers that's been.
The numbers that we were looking at
changed.
last year are different students. So these are the students who are enrolled in the program for this coming year. These
So last year was a little higher on the AIG side?
and at some of the schools, it was a little higher, yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I got it.
But it's different groups of students, so it's hard to compare. The percentages I understand comparing, but when you look at the actual students, it's a different group of students.
But if we're also being candid, we would have to admit that the principals and counselors are doing something different too, insofar as referring a different population or encouraging that student to apply for this particular class.
There were some changes at schools as far as invitations and how information was marketed to the schools, and them being consistent. They, I know the first group that did it, the middle schools went back and did a common video that they sent out to all the parents, so that there wasn't one thing being stressed to one group of parents compared to another. And so that's something that we moved to with the application process and the interview process.
I'd just like you to keep encouraging you to push it toward Havelock a little bit, because the military, when they come in from their day of schools and everything else where it's just standard, you know, across the board at every level, you know, they look for it here and we don't have it.
Yes, ma'am.
So just encourage.
I am trying, absolutely. Yes, Ms. Hughes.
I know that New Bern High is recognized as a demonstration school for Avid.
They apply for demonstration so that we haven't gotten
I thought that Avid had already pulled the trigger on that last year.
they were going through the evaluation process.
So do you know when we'll know?
I can check on that.
I thought
Yeah.
that they had already been selected for that. And you know, yes, you do have to apply, but I also know from my conversations with my folks at New Bern High School, the majority of the teachers, if not all, have bought into the Avid strategies. So even when you talk to students at New Bern High School, they have told me I go to an Avid school because their teachers encourage those strategies. So if we could get that benefit district-wide, and you know, for New Bern High to even be considered in the middle of a pandemic to be a demonstration school, that is huge. Because I know they had to submit all that data.
Yes, there was they Avid wanted to delay it, and they were adamant about continuing the process.
That's a huge benefit for Craven County, and a huge opportunity for our other schools, for us to possibly have some PD and have it as a district-wide initiative because Avid strategies are proven to work.
And we did
So-
that in 2019. We had the district-wide PD, and they were coming in person. But after that, we haven't been able to do it again because they weren't coming out. So we're
Right.
hoping to restart that as long as things stay safe for them to do, so that they can come out and then we can invite staff members from all the schools to participate.
I think it's wonderful.
Last couple of slides, or last slide, the students, limited English proficient students, you can see the numbers there. Still, again, another area to work on in getting more of those students involved, and making sure that we get that information out to their parents in a way that makes the program understandable for them. Because a lot of times the students will understand and hear the information, but we want to be sure that the parents also understand and can take advantage of it. So that's another area of growth for us. And that's the last bit of Avid information. So like I said, when we have data, and I think we're scheduled for another update on Avid later in the year, so we'll have that as well. Okay. Absolutely. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you for your enthusiasm.
Thank you.
And Ms. Boomer, if I can remind the board, this was one of the items that we put on our review cycle so that it would be continually reviewed throughout the year. So, the board review timeline, this will come back to you multiple times throughout the year so we can keep a pulse on that information.
Thank you. Your program. Are either of my students involved in Avid? No.
Do you know anything about it?
They're the early college.
Early college, okay, I'm sorry, I can't recall that far away.
Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
I've never been this early in the agenda. I don't know what to do with myself. In academic services, what does that mean? I'm presenting to you today recommendations for a lease approval for commercial lease for 1319 Commerce Drive to house the staff for the upcoming Craven Virtual Academy. As noted in a quick summary in abstract, I think the advantages to this are pretty apparent. With this being a new endeavor, we want to do everything that we can to support the staff, and they have unique needs. They need quiet space, they need some privacy to help their instruction. And we were trying to, and we tried our best. We looked at existing school locations. I reached out to our friends with the county and the city to see if there was any space available, and we couldn't find any. The most that we could find in one school was 7 classrooms. It was on an elementary campus. And not to say that that couldn't work, but having this population of students being 3 through 12, we thought it would be to the staff's advantage to be in one place. So we pursued a commercial lease. It's the 1319 Commerce, as I said. It's for 3 years. A little bit over $6,000 a month is the lease payment, and plus utilities. And we will be using ESSER funds for this, which are, for the public, just a reminder, these are federal funds that were in response to COVID. And this is a wonderful use of those funds, because setting up the virtual academy is one of the things that we're doing in response to COVID. So using the funds is very appropriate for that. So again, we're looking for approval for this lease today, and I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Have we reached out to the utility companies to see what the estimated
Yes,
utilities
ma'am.
are?
History is about $560 some. So we budgeted 1,000 just to be safe. But the history it's running about $600 or $700 on utilities.
Yeah, I have a question.
There's a lawyer question there.
I'm fine with this because as of right now, it's needed, but we also have a property or location on West Street that's not being used. That I know we have to assess to see the damages in it. In the future, with using the Head Start on West Street that's already owned by Craven County Schools, be a viable option. I would like us to look into that to see if it would be a viable option so we can keep that money within the district.
No, that's a great point, Mr. Dove. And we're going to, as part of the long-range facility planning process, there could be opportunity to repurpose buildings. And as we repurpose these buildings, then something like this could actually be housed in that. But we don't know yet. So that's why we did the extended lease for 3 years to make sure that we have a place for this.
Yeah.
But yes, sir, we're absolutely,
Currently,
absolutely.
Just for the record, it's not a conflict of interest. I don't think financial interest building, but my law partner. For those of you who may recognize the address is my former law office. So I have not participated in any of the lease or any process. Nothing to do with the building.
Thank you for.
Thank you.
Yeah, and that's, Farrington and Smith actually did the lease review for us.
Thank you.
I'm glad to know it's only temporary, because I like Mr. Dove. I would love for us to use facilities that we have, but I understand they need to be.
Absolutely. It's temporary, and we're hoping that we can eventually do something else.
Any more questions? Having none, at this time, I need to get a motion to approve the commercial lease for 1319 Commerce Drive to house the staff for the Craven Virtual Academy.
I mean,
Second.
It has been moved and second to approve the commercial lease for the 1319 Commerce Drive to house the staff for the Craven Virtual Academy. Are you ready for a question? All those in favor, let me know by saying aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, the same. I have it, motion.
Great. Thank you very much.
Before Ms. Michelle leaves on, I do apologize. I would like to take this opportunity to introduce our wonderful teacher of the year, Ms. Ornita Morris. She is a teacher at H.J. McDonald Middle School. We welcome you, and I see you taking notes, so. But thank you so much, and we appreciate you, and thank you for being with us today.
Good morning.
Good morning.
So I have two items for you today. The first item is a recommendation for information to let you know that the contracts for the nursing services that were approved in May of this year and signed off by the superintendent on May 27th. Since then, there has been an increase in our need of services, as well as a cost increase by the companies that we contract with. We have 4 students that are in the process of needing to have some related services. These are children who need have doctor's orders that they have seizures, tracheotomy care, low oxygen levels, or other physical impairments. So they have to have the one-to-one nurse available to them. It equates to about $220,000 difference in the cost of the original signed contract that you guys approved in May, and what the cost for the additional nurses and their services will be, as well as related services for speech language, physical therapy, and occupational therapy. So this is based on student need. If students that need these services moved away, then it's contract services and we would no longer need them. But this is just for informational purposes. So I wanted to let you know about that. We don't need a vote. Okay, I don't think we need a vote. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Just clarification, I want to make sure I heard you right. So that increase is specifically for 4 students.
No, no. There are 4 new students that have that need,
Okay.
but they also increase their rate for all of our nurses. And the
Okay.
total for having additional nurses for those students and the increase in the cost that they're charging us for OT, PT, and speech language pathologists, it all together equates to about $220,000.
So when we just signed the contract for the amount we signed it for, they increased the price after we signed the contract.
Yes,
So in the middle of the contract, they raised the price.
right. So I guess their fiscal year ended in June 30th. And so for the new year, they've increased their rates.
So was that contract only for us? It wasn't between us and them?
Right. I
We
really,
didn't know that at the time.
I know, and I'll be very honest with you, we are at their mercy because we cannot find, we'd much prefer to hire our own people, but because of the pandemic right now, the nursing shortage, we just cannot find any nurses, and nor can they. And that's why they're increasing their prices, trying to keep getting more nurses to be able to contract out, because everybody right now, if you're a nurse, you are very sought after at a very high price.
I know we have one that was in retirement. She just retired from Douglas County.
Mm.
And she called me, she was excited about having the opportunity.
Absolutely.
State County was the school there, but she didn't want to come to school.
Yeah.
But
And
it
Mr.
was just confident. We didn't contact her. They contact.
And Mr. Dove, Ms. Altman is here. She might can answer your question about the contract. Ms. Altman.
Yeah, because they could raise the price again if they want, with that situation.
So this particular contract we brought and was approved in March. In May. And now they've increased their rates, as well as we're having to have additional services for some additional students. And so you want to ask her your question?
Well, I think she heard me.
I think she.
I mean, my
that.
question is, can this, if we sign a contract, typically we sign a contract assuming that's for a year, at least. If they raise the price in a few months, it can happen time and time again. What kind of guarantees can we get that the contract that we sign and the price will remain the same for a calendar period of 12 months? And that evidently that is what it said. Because in the past, in the future I won't, but in the past I just hear and take your word. I'll look over it. We're working as one team, so I'm trusting everybody has looked at the fine lines. I will do so in the future, but it seems like to me. I know it's hard to find nurses, but we need to be vigilant, seeking other agencies that could do the same, just so they know they don't have us by our necks, Because if they raise it again and again, and how many nurses did we hire to justify the 200K plus increase? How many extra nurses is it within that number?
It's
not in addition to the increase per nurse, but.
Right. I believe it is the increase. We added 2 CNAs, an RN, and 2 RNs. Those are the 4 positions.
Now, how much of this 200? You said 200 and what thousand?
$220,018.
Now, how much of that do you think or would constitute those 2 CNAs and 1 RN?
I cannot tell you that.
I'm not trying to put you on the spot. I'm sorry.
We have what the costs are for those people. I can't tell you what the difference. I know the difference of the total amount is 220,000. I don't know the difference per position.
Mm-hmm.
But
I can
get that information and we can get it to you.
The only reason I asked that because if that amount is very high, it might be good to look into. I'm sure we could find 2 or 3 nurses. It was definitely a CNA. I could if we could. I could. But it would be good to look into hiring those 3, looking at what the benefit package would cost in comparison to what the increase is.
I do know that there's a clause that if they work for us through the contract company, then we do agree that we can employ them for 6 months after they leave leave the contract, because they don't want us hiring their people out from under them. So I know that is true. But I can get that information to you and let you know. But we have school right around the corner, so can we agree?
Oh yeah, I roll with you.
Okay.
But also can we look into that contract?
Yes,
to see
for sure.
Can this price change again?
Okay, I will be glad to get that. And Dr. Patrick is not here today, so otherwise she may be able to give you some more information about it, but I'll be glad to do that.
Ms. Kelly,
Hey,
Ms. Lee, also, if I'm not mistaken, OTs, PTs, and speech language pathologists for students with those needs, as well as students that have to have a nurse assigned to them all day. Those individuals also make more money in the private sector, if I'm not mistaken, than what they do if they're hired within the school system. So there is not a strong desire on those folks' behalf to come and work in a school system where their salary is going to be limited.
yeah, we did a recent analysis of our speech language pathologist, and from working in the system compared to private sector is about a $25,000 difference.
We ran
in
into the
pay.
same problem when I worked with the early intervention program for the Department of Public Health and Human Services. We had speech and language pathologists at that time. However, before I left there, 90+% of our children ended up having to be privately contracted out because
It's hard to.
their income was significantly increased going out on their own. So I understand.
So it's a competition. Thank you. All right. My second item is I would like to introduce to you the learning system coaches. They are in the library. I texted them and said, come on, but they're standing out there waiting. Come on in, ladies and gentlemen.
Hi,
All
good
right.
morning, welcome. We don't bite.
They're introducing you to the board. To the board, yeah. Be careful, don't, yeah, don't. Watch the cord. I am so pleased to present to you today this team of educators that are moving the pulse of our district as far as instructional best practice, instructional practices, and continuous improvement. We began the year with 6 coaches, and now we have 14 coaches, and this allows us to have coaches every day in every building. I'd just like to introduce them to you at this time. We have 7 elementary coaches. This is Kim Butts, Gray Tipton. The next one is DeQuetta Cannon, and she comes to us from Wayne County. These ladies are Craven County school folks. Shannon Potter is a Craven County school person, as well as Carmen King and Amy Haskins and Laura Nobles. In our middle schools, we have Marlena Blue, who is also from Craven. We have Malvetta Collins, who is a Craven County educator, has been here. Tiffany Parks. And then at the high school level, we have Tiana Green, who came to us last year from Wake, yeah, it's something like that. I always like to take them from other places, right?
She married a Craven County man.
That's right, she did. Tyler French. And our newest person to join our team is Ms. Nyoka Green, and she comes to us from Virginia. So we are super excited. We have a lot of experience. We have math, English language arts, and science in all areas. And we are excited about getting into our schools and beginning to do the work of our systems improvement.
Because they love having their picture back. Ready, 1, 2. Gotcha. All right, thank you.
Thank you, welcome, and we hope that you guys will have a successful year. If there's anything that we can do to help you out, just give us a call.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are we with human resource now? All right.
Good morning.
Good morning.
I have before you 2 personnel reports. At your seat, you should have human resource personnel report 2A and personnel report 2B. That lists our recommendations for employment. Good. At this time, you have personnel report 2A for review.
Madam Chair, I've already reviewed it, and of course,
You did.
yes, ma'am. Mr. Dove, that's okay. For, document 2B, I'm going to need to go into closed session for that.
Okay.
I'm gonna need to abstain from 2A.
So we need to go in closed session before we can, so we combine the 2, don't we?
I don't,
I think they want to vote separately, Ms. Boomer.
Just do 2A. All right. I need to get a motion to approve 2A of the personnel report.
so moved, ma'am.
It has been moved in second that the 2A part of the human resource be approved. All those in favor, let it be known by saying aye. Those
Well-
opposed?
I think they needed a
I'm
roll
not
call.
opposed. You can just, I guess you can.
Do we do a roll
I
call?
think they need a roll call because you have someone that would like to
Okay,
abstain.
roll call, Miss,
Okay, are you ready? Ms.
Yeah.
Frances Boomer,
yes?
Ms. Naomi Clark,
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove,
Yes.
Mr. Carl Ipock,
Yes?
Ms. Stephanie King,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Muse,
Yes.
Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Abstaining.
Madam Chair, the personnel report 2A passes.
All right, thank you. And we do the part other in closed session. Okay, thank
Okay.
you. Thank you for the report.
Thank you.
And mine says break. Okay, break. Let's adjourn for 10 minutes.
I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order. And at this time, we will hear from Mr. Lee.
Good morning again. So today I'm presenting a couple of my organizational review items. And just a reminder, last time I did technology and transportation, and this time we'll be looking at school nutrition and safety. And next time I present, which will be 3 months out, we'll do facilities, Mr. Alcott, the internet updates, and the business organization updates will be on the next time. All right, Stephen. So I wanted to start with health inspections, and this has been quite a challenge, and I'll get to that a little bit later in the slides. But we were actually able to have health inspections last year, which was good. As you can see, all schools were at least 97% or greater, which is what our threshold is. We only have one school that had 2, and that was Bendy Quinn. So Stephen, if you can move to the next slide. So again, all schools, we were very blessed to have at least one health inspection last year. All inspections were completed by May of 2021. We're required in a normal year, whenever we get back to a normal year, we have a minimum of 3 inspections required per school year. But due to COVID, the Craven County Health Department, and this was interesting to me, they had 100% turnover in their staff as far as health inspectors.
Wow.
So trying to get around to do all their work, it was a challenge for them as well, but at least we're able to get the one, which was good. And again, only Bendy Quinn received more than one health inspection for last year.
100%.
So some of the things that we're continuing to look at to improve scores is ongoing and continuous sanitation training. And we currently have 75% of our staff now SurfSafe certified. Say that 3 times, which is an increase from 55% from the previous year. We'll continue to have cafeteria site reviews by Ms. Wayne and her supervisory staff, and then continued coordination with our maintenance group. As you know, a lot of things in the maintenance side of the business may actually have an impact on some of the health inspection scores. So what we're trying to do is coordinate between those 2 groups very closely to make sure if we have any open facility work orders, that we get those closed in a timely manner as not to impact the health inspection score. So next, I wanted to briefly touch on some of the breakfast and lunch participation numbers for last year. And again, it was a little bit of a challenging year, as you can imagine, trying to get the kids to eat and do everything else. We typically do very well in elementary, and we continue to struggle a bit in middle and high school as far as participation levels. And we have some things that we're hoping that we can do to improve that going forward. We had our school nutrition back to school kickoff yesterday, and Ms. Wayans and her staff's catchphrase this year is Mission Possible instead of Mission Impossible. And I wish everybody was able to join the meeting yesterday. Dr. Miller was able to attend, and I think it was very exciting and to see the enthusiasm amongst that group. And they're looking for a 75% participation level this year, which would be, I don't know if that's the best in the state, but it would be pretty darn close to being the best participation number in the state. And again, lunch participation, about the same. You know, elementaries do very well, and the high schools and the middle schools lag a bit. So just a little bit of the summary. Again, low participation across middle and high schools. We're thinking that some of the eating in the classrooms may have had some impact on participation. We're not really sure. It's hard to tell, to be quite honest with you. Our plan this year is we're still going to continue to eat in the classroom, but the students will actually be able to go through the lines and see the food. And we're hoping that's going to pique some interest and maybe get the participation numbers up. They'll actually be served, obviously, in clam shells, and then they'll close it and they'll take it back through the room to eat. But we're hoping that's going to improve a little bit.
So let me understand this. Individual teachers will take their class to the cafeteria.
Yes, ma'am.
Those children will get their lunch on a carry-out plate, so that's what I call them.
Yes, ma'am.
And they will go back to the classroom to eat inside the classroom and not in the cafeteria.
That's correct. Yes,
Okay.
Ms. Lee,
probably misread this, but I thought that due to COVID, free breakfast and lunch were going to be provided for the year.
It's extended again, yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yeah,
So-
we're having all students week for free again for this year. And we're continuing to canvass for the proper documentation for free and reduced candidates, only because of PEBT and some of the other things that are offered to certain families. But yes, all students will be free again this year. Yes, ma'am.
And I'm asking this question for parents' benefit. Breakfast, would it be served in the same manner as lunch? Would those students go through the line to get their lunch, or is that, I mean, breakfast that a different
No,
format?
ma'am. Breakfast will be served in the classroom as it was last year.
Okay,
Yes, ma'am.
okay.
So some of the things that we're looking at for those stubborn middle and high school students, we're trying to get them, darn it, get them done. And anybody who's had middle and high school students, you know what we're talking about. We're actually going to look at some type of pre-order options and various payment options and more a la carte menu type of things. This may be a little bit slowed because of some of the COVID things that we're going through, but that's our plan. We're going to continue to do the focus groups with students to review the menus and some of the recipe testing. That's been fairly successful. We're going to have pizzas in high school, and that came as a result of some of the focus group from students. So we're doing everything we can to try to meet the students' needs. And then culinary training for staff on the menu options. We're continuing. Our staff is amazing at looking at any and all ways to try to make this stuff as tasty as they can for our kids. This is really just for information. I wanted to provide a little bit of summer school breakfast participation. It pretty much mimicked or mirrored the same as during the school year. And we did, all that we could again to get the kids eating as much as we could. And again, this is lunch and very similar to the other results. And again, some of the things that impacted some of the summer school meal participation was some of the kids just got out of summer school once testing and things were done. So some of the participation numbers just naturally went down. We had some unique feeding mealtime needs with different kids coming at different times. So we did, all that we could to meet those needs. And then the last thing we were very excited with, and this was through the help of Dr. Miller, some innovative thinking on her part, to hire student workers temporarily. We were struggling to find enough staff in the summer. So we were actually able to use some student help and fill some of those vacancies at several schools. So that was a huge help. So now shifting gears a little bit, some of the drill compliance for safety. And the first thing you want to see is we weren't 100% on two categories. And we had, Mr. Lucas would correct me, I think it was 3 schools that actually missed a few drills at the very beginning of the year. And I think that was simply with everything else going on, they just missed them. That's not what we normally like. And we would do our dead level best to make that not ever happen again. But given the year that we were in, and with some of the schools, no students in the building, I think they just missed them. I mean, there's no other explanation for it. The last 2 drill categories we were actually 100% for. So some good news, 26 SROs, so we're fully staffed with SROs. And you may recall that they're now all manned by the Craven County Sheriff's Office. The positions that were filled by the city of New Bern, that went away in the middle of last year, and everything transitioned over to the Sheriff's Office, and that relationship is wonderful and working very well. And we currently have some SROs, and I'm going to, later in my presentation, I'm going to have a couple of officers from the Sheriff's Office come in and talk about DARE and just give you some updates on some of the things that we're doing with DARE. So just a little bit on the grant updates, safety grant updates. As you recall, we applied for a fairly large grant through the Department of Justice. We have not heard back on that yet, but the Center for Safe Schools, the grants that are awarded at the DPI level, those are rolling again for this year. So we're very fortunate to have the funding sustained to where we can keep SROs on every campus for this upcoming year. And again, DARE, and I'll introduce the officers as Officer Moore and Officer Detweiler, who will come in and do a short presentation on that. We're very excited to reintroduce this as the grant that the Sheriff's Office was actually put in place. And for anybody who's been around any length of time in school districts, DARE is very common. And I think they're going to give you DARE 2.0. I think DARE has changed and is in a better place than it was in the past. They can do it much better justice than I ever could. So if there's not any questions for the presentation, I can get those folks in here. Yes, ma'am.
One of the benefits of you guys, because I noticed you said that 75% of child nutrition staff is ServSafe certified. That's one of the benefits of partnering with Holly Tolston through CTE,
absolutely.
is because our students, when they finish with their culinary courses, one of the tests that they have to take, they get ServSafe certified. So you're ahead of the curve on that. So will our high school teachers have to escort their students to the cafeteria?
No.
So high school kids won't?
No, high school kids will be, it's a more open arrangement for high schools. And what high schools have actually done is they've added lunch periods to be able to accommodate spacing and things like that. But
So
there'll be
instead of
kiosks.
A through D lunch, you might have A through J lunch now?
Whatever they came up with.
Okay.
Yeah, they did a lot of brainstorming.
So the kids in high schools will still get to eat in the cafeteria and not in classrooms?
That's correct.
Perfect.
And spaced properly and all the protocol or best protocols that we can keep in place. Yes, ma'am.
So that would mean having to have more lunch periods, maybe shorter periods.
It did. And
There'll
that
be
was-
shorter period to get to, because you can't just overflood the cafeteria.
That was a partnership between nutrition and the
Okay.
high school principals. The high school principals actually came up with that and made
Right.
that suggestion. Is they were concerned about space. And they said, why don't we just add a period? And they made it work. So that was a great thought on that.
Okay,
So if you're okay, I can bring the officers in for the prayer.
Sure.
Okay.
And Ms. Boomer, while we're waiting, I do want to mention the back to school kickoff with school nutrition that Mr. Lee mentioned. I did attend yesterday, and how heartened I was with the passion in that room to feed all kids. They actually had a guest speaker, Mr. Devon Harris. His speech was "Keep on pushing." You may know Devon, probably not by that speech, but you will know him as in the movie Cool Runnings, the Jamaican bobsled team. He was the lead guy that started the Jamaican bobsled team. So he certainly told our folks, when people say it can't be done, if we work together, CCS United, once again, it can be done. So it was just amazing yesterday to watch the spirit in that room and their passion for making sure every day our kids get fed. So I just wanted to say a shout out to them publicly and for the work they're doing, and just the excitement to be back together feeding our
Yes.
children.
they do work hard every day.
So I'd like to introduce Officer Moore and Officer Detweiler. And I think Officer Moore, will you start, or Detweiler, whoever?
I'll be starting.
And Stephen, if you could advance
Yep.
in your presentation as well.
Good afternoon, everybody, or good morning. I'm sorry. How's everybody doing today? All right. This year is a special year for the DARE program. This is actually our founding year in Craven County back with the DARE program. DARE program is drug abuse resistance education. And some of you will know what DARE is through the years, but it's kind of morphed over the last 10 to 15 years, in which we are, DARE actually started in 1983 in LA to counter the drug abuse problems with inner city LA. Through those years, it has combined, and now we're looking at over 40 different countries even having the DARE program. And we are very special because Ms. Moore actually is on the board for our North Carolina DARE Association here in North Carolina. So we have not only me, but Ms. Moore, and we have 3 other well-trained officers that are ready to teach this and bring this back to Craven County. DARE curriculum is available for our elementary school, which that's exactly where we're going to be going this year. We're going to be starting the DARE program in the elementary schools. And what we basically hit on every single, we don't so much, I know it says drug abuse resistance education, but we don't so much look at the drug part of it. We look at choices. We look at good choices make good consequences. And we bring these kids through that maybe, what's the difference between, it might not have to be a drug. It might be, okay, well, do I continue playing this video game or do I stop and study for the test that I have tomorrow? So we will put these kids through 10 weeks of sessions, which are about 45 to 60-minute sessions in which we talk about choices. We talk about good consequences versus bad consequences, decision-making. We do hit on drugs, which drugs are not just illegal narcotics or anything of that nature. Drug is anything introduced into the body other than food and water. So we're going to be hitting on smoking. We're going to be hitting on tobacco use. We're going to be hitting on jewels. We're going to be hitting on illegal narcotics, stuff of that nature. But it isn't the DARE from the 1990s where we all remember everybody bringing in the DARE board and they showed us all the different objects that are on that. That's gone. Instead of hitting a drug problem, we now are focusing on the choices. And the great thing about being in a school is choices can go into absolutely anything. I'm going to let Ms. Moore take over for a bit. She's definitely better at telling exactly what we're going to go into with each session.
Thank you. Good morning. As he mentioned, it's so different, and I've provided the board with some books so you can kind of look at them. The kids that are going to go through DARE now, DARE for them is actually going to stand for define, assess, respond, and evaluate, as opposed to what we're used to with the drug resistance education. That process they can use for everything. They can use that for peer pressure, bullying, as he mentioned, doing their homework, and then also, of course, drugs, alcohol, tobacco, all of those sorts of things. One of the important things that they're going to have to do to finish the DARE curriculum is complete an essay. It's a 1-page essay. It actually hits on curriculum checks. We have the documentation to show how teachers can use it as a grade, and what statistics and what things that they need that it hits on. It's a little more that I don't really understand, but the teachers, when I hand it to them, they're always like, oh yeah, we get this. And so they're able to use that as an ELA grade usually. And that is something that does require them to spend a little bit of time inside the classroom outside of our lessons to help them get through those essays. Once they complete the essays after our sessions, they will then be judged. We'll read them, we'll look at them, we'll see the content of them. And some of them will get to present their essays at our DARE graduations. Every session ends with a DARE graduation, where they get presented with a certificate, t-shirt, and the essay winners will also be presented with a little prize for having written such a great essay. For us, when we look at the essays, it's more about the content than anything else. What did they learn? It's also a great way for us to see where we've gone with the DARE program, because it shows us, were they listening? Did they learn something? Did they get something that they can use moving forward into middle school, moving forward into high school, those sorts of things. As I mentioned, we will have a DARE graduation at the end of every 10-week session, and it'll be presented at the school. We'll have an introduction by whoever their DARE officer is. There are 5, so the schools will have different officers. And then we'll have their essay readings, their presentation on certificates, and then a conclusion by a DARE officer, or sometimes we'll bring in a special speaker to give them a little bit of kind of a pep talk, about moving forward in life. And we'll come up with the dates and times specific. We have in the schedule, we have what week those graduations are going to be each semester, but we'll work with each individual school on an exact date and time that fits best within their criteria. You wanna do this?
All right. When we first started the DARE program, it was me and Miss Moore. And now like I said, we are back up to 5 officers. We have 5 DARE officers. And that is groundbreaking for anybody. I don't know if the DARE program is probably, I've done a lot of things in my career, but I'm going to tell you what, the DARE program is probably one of the hardest things I've ever done in my life, but one of the most defining moments. So what we're actually going to do this year is we're going to bring the DARE program we're going to split it up into a fall session and we're going to have spring sessions. So if you can look on the boards behind you, myself, I'm going to be teaching at Brinson Memorial. I am the SRO at Brinson. Roger Bell will be taught by Sergeant Skurlock. Arthur Edwards will be Corporal Van Ness. Oaks Road Elementary will be Corporal Beecham. And New Bern High School, we're going to hit on it just right now, will be Corporal Moore. She is the SRO at New Bern High School. So we're going to introduce not so much a full-on DARE program, but maybe some lessons that we know the high schoolers can use, which would be upcoming things like homecoming, stuff of that nature, making good choices for those incidents. And then, of course, our spring session, we're going to go ahead and do the same thing in the springtime, and it's going to be Creekside. I'm going to teach Creekside. Miss Moore is going to teach Ben Quinn. Sergeant Scarlock is going to be at Havelock Elementary. Corporal Van Ness is going to be at Gerganus, and Corporal Beecham will be at JT Barber. This is just the foundation for this year. Every year, the DARE program across America usually does what we call a DOT, and we're trying to get more DARE officers in this. This is just our building block. Our ultimate goal is to build from the elementary school, give it to them in the elementary school in 5th grade, and then come back into the middle school again at 7th grade. Now, will it be a 10-week lesson? Probably not, but we're going to hit on some of those things that we first learned on our foundation in 5th grade. And then we want to come back in high school again and let them know, look, this is the different, but we're going to have another approach to them and try and bring it into absolutely everything. And like I said, this isn't only about drugs. Miss Moore mentioned bullying, cyber stalking, anything dealing with social media now. We touch on absolutely everything. And to watch these kids absolutely love every moment of the DARE program is something very special. And I just want to give just a quick lesson. My first DARE session, what we do is we actually have a DARE box. And in this DARE box, you can ask me anything in the world. I don't care if you ask me what color my personal car is, what color. I let the kids ask me anything, and then I'll look through these as I go on, and then I'll share with the whole class, or I'll share with everybody. One of my first DARE box sessions, I got a little letter, and it says, "How can I be more of a man?" And this is coming from a 5th grade boy. And he goes on to tell me, he didn't put his name, but he goes on to tell me that his dad has been in prison for most of his life, and he is the only man in his household. And he wants to know how he can be more of a man. And when a kid should be worried about homework, catching frogs, playing what level of video game he got, he was worried about how he can be more of a man. And just in what the DARE brings to that program, I was able to figure out what child it was, because every question I asked before I was even done that question, he was raising his hand, wanted to answer. Every time I asked for a volunteer to come up and help me, he was there. He wanted that male attention. He wanted to be involved. And that's something that the DARE program can bring to these kids. And we all say, if we reach one child, it worked. And I can already tell you, I have already reached one child. And we're going to bring this back to Craven County, and it's going to be a great, great, great opportunity for us at Craven County. I think we have one more slide, or is that it?
Scared you.
I think the last one is going to be the schedule.
Just scared. I think it's before that. Yeah.
Okay, these are actually an introduction into each lesson, what we're going to be doing. I have the fall and the spring. Introduction to DARE, drug information, where we go into different aspects of our drugs. And like I said, this isn't just focused on illegal narcotics. This is focused on illegal narcotics. This is focused on pills. This is focused on smoking, Juul use, everything updated to us. Peer pressure, dealing with stressful situations, basics of communication, nonverbal communication and listening, bullying, helping others, getting help from others, and of course our DARE graduation. So this isn't just based on drugs. This is life lessons. And we want to teach them young. And our foundation for Craven County is going to be our 5th grade. So our elementary schools are going to get this first. And then we want to continue on the program and come into 7th grade with them. And then again, we want to go into 9th grade with them just to reevaluate, reassess, and let them know we're still here. But I have nothing further. Do I have any questions? Yes, ma'am.
Comment and a question, sir. Both your enthusiasm is so infectious.
Thank you.
And delightful. I remember DARE before you changed the acronym, and this seems to be much more relevant. My question though is, why not all the elementary schools?
We simply don't have the officers yet, but that is coming. And like I said, our DOTs, the state of North Carolina puts on a DOT every year. I was luxurious enough to, when I went through my DARE program, I actually went through Virginia's. But every DARE America, every single training session is exactly similar all across the United States. So as we get more DARE officers, it will be employed in all the elementary schools to start. And then we're going to continue on into the middle schools and into the high schools.
There was the criticism, just that it's such a wonderful program. I want as many kids as possible to be exposed, especially the anecdote you gave about the little boy or little girls who need to realize that you're our friends and you're there to assist. So keep up the good work and thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I do appreciate it.
Mr. Alcott, is your hand up or you get ready to write something? Are there any more questions? I had, would every student in that school be a part of the DARE program?
Just 5th grade.
I mean, but every student in the 5th grade.
Every student in the 5th grade. And then this is also a program that once we bring it into the school, it will stay in the school every year from that on. And I'm going to tell you, these kids look forward to it every single year. I'm going to have 4th graders this year that are going to tell me how much they can't wait to go through DARE. Next year, I'm going to have 3rd graders tell me how much they can't wait to be a part of DARE. Because what's one of the biggest things, and this is something that just me personally, I love to do. What is one of the biggest things a lot of teachers, when they're going through, shh, be quiet, be quiet, be quiet. Well, I'm not like that. I like the kids to yell and shout and get excited, and they absolutely love doing it. It's something, and I invite all of you, when we start into this DARE program, please come out and watch us interact with these kids and watch us be with these kids. You will be amazed at how much the DARE program is loved.
Right. Dr. Miller.
And I must say again, to Mr. Chip Hughes and the Sheriff's Office, we appreciate and value your partnership. And I agree, this is more about building relationships with officers as support folks that I think will trickle into the community, that you are seen as someone that our students can go to for help and building those relationships. So we certainly appreciate your partnership. I met early on with Billy Mathis, and again, excited for what she's bringing to the table and offering our students. So we appreciate what you guys do, and every day when you're in our buildings, being another person our kids have as a resource. So we appreciate you.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
And thank you for coming out so early this morning.
Oh, not a problem.
Because you have been here the whole while. When we got here this morning, you all were already here. And so next we have Ms. Jennifer Wagner, Director of Public Relations and Communications.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Wagner.
I told Mr. Lee that goal 4 comes before goal 5, and that I want to make sure next time I have an opportunity to be able to go before him because it is extremely hard to be able to follow up after a great presentation, especially from our committed officers in the DARE program, which means so much and is very aligned with community. So it does also fall under Goal 4. So today, through our organizational review revamp, I bring to you an update in regards to Goal 4, community engagement. And while Stephen is working to get the presentation downloaded, I will have you notice that leadership is a slight adjustment that has been taken off of our overarching goal. And that was based on feedback from our district leaders as well as our principals, that didn't seem to be aligned with our goals at this point. Now, when we had that overarching goal that was launched in 2018, that was our intention, was to go back and to have an intentional focus on leadership. And when we say leadership, we don't just mean within our buildings. We mean with all of our partners, as well as our students as well. So you'll see some intentional work that we'll be doing this year. So we're not just abandoning leadership, but without a goal there, it just seemed like it was just something that was floating around. So you'll probably see a slight adjustment coming in the future in regards to leadership. So I did want to bring that to your attention. And that was set back in 2018. And we want to make sure that we are aligned with all of our goals. So Stephen, if you don't mind going to the next one. And of course, we're always cheering for Craven County Schools within our community and all of our customers as well as our stakeholders. We've also made some adjustments in regards to our district goals. So again, based on feedback from our district leaders, as well as cabinet, we really thought it was important, since we've been focusing so much on our listening, that we really included and added the words two-way, because it's really important. Not only are we listening to our customers and our stakeholders, but we need to make sure that we have that partnership and that they're listening as well. Also, we really wanted to make sure that we had that learning piece in there too, because we are all active learners. And I think that nobody can say that better now than in the last 18 months and everything that we've experienced. We are learning everything new on a daily basis. And so that it's really important that the work that we do informs and educates our students, our parents, our staff, and our community members. And so that is why we made the slight adjustment to our goal. And of course, we wanted to make sure that we kept our customer satisfaction in there, because we always want to be able to provide and serve our customers. We have a goal of 80%, but I will tell you that we are not happy with 80%. So I know based on that we are going to far exceed 80% in regards to when it comes to customer satisfaction, when we're looking and gaining that data to see where we can do and how we can do better. Our central service directors are very passionate, as you know, about the work that they do. And I know that they are not pleased with 80%. They like to be in that 90 to 100% area. And if they're not happy. And so they're always looking for ways to be able to make those improvements. We'll go to the next slide, please. So we talk a lot about listening, and we've really tried to be intentional in regards to that. And if you recall, when we talk about management by fact, we really want to make sure that we're using our data to be able to make our informed decisions. Back in March in 2020, the teacher working conditions survey was administered. Probably the worst time that could have been administered, because we all know what happened in March. Also, we didn't have all of the feedback that we would have liked to have received. I'm happy to say that this is a year that we will be able to launch the teacher working conditions in 2022. So we are hoping with an intentional focus that we will be able to get more feedback. And again, we'll have new data and measures to be able to set, to be able to adjust our goals and to be able to see where we can make adjustments and also where we have our celebrations. But in March of 2020, based on the data that we had, at 81.65% of the respondents at the district, this is overall, this is all of our schools, said that their school was a great place to work and learn. As you know, working through a pandemic is not easy. And you all know that as well, firsthand. So we really wanted our central office staff, as well as our principals and our educators who were working this summer, to be able to have the ability to have their morale boosted and to know that they are valued. So we wanted to create a a positive and nurturing work environment through the goal team that I help manage and created the Sizzling Summer of Fun. And so this, again, was for central office staff, our principals, as well as our teachers and all of our people who were working this summer. And it was important to be able to acknowledge them so that they knew that they were valued and appreciated. And the thing that was interesting too about our goal team work, because when we meet, sometimes our meetings, again, they're productive and it's an additional thing that we have to do with our work that we're already doing. Feedback that I got from the goal team was when we were planning this, that it was one of those meetings that they were kind of dreading and they weren't really looking forward to. But when they left that day, they were so excited based on the work that we did in creating the Sizzling Summer of Fun, because they knew that it was something that was needed, but it also what the outcome was going to be. So the reason why we did the Sizzling Summer of Fun was because we wanted to be able to focus not only on the fun part of working during the summer, but also we wanted to focus on fellowship. We wanted to focus back on our people. We also wanted to have that opportunity for recharging, feeling refreshed, feeling appreciated. And of course, after Mr. Gatchell's prayer this morning, we wanted to focus on value and purpose. We'll go to the next slide. So how we created excitement at work. We did weekly drawings, and this wasn't just for staff at Central Service. This was for our principals, as I shared before, and all of our people who were working this summer in the schools. And our support from our local businesses. I cannot speak highly enough of our community. Whenever we ask, they are always willing and show an outpouring of love, not only to our schools, but also to all of our staff and to our students, which is greatly appreciated. I saw this in my role when I was the executive director for Partners in Education. And I'm sure that Darlene can say the same thing now, just after she concluded with Stuff the Bus. But I'm so thankful. And also after seeing all of the community businesses and churches and everyone that stepped up to welcome everyone back yesterday, it is just one of those things that just makes everybody feel good to be part of the Craven County School family. So those drawings, we really wanted to celebrate the local businesses. And it was an opportunity for our folks to be able to give back to those businesses as well, because more than likely when you are given a gift certificate, sometimes you tend to spend more, but you also take somebody with you. So hopefully this was a win-win for our businesses as well. Another thing that we did is we did have food trucks on site here at Central Services. That was something new for this building that people really did enjoy. Miss Verano Allison did a really good job in terms of planning and setting those up. And I think it was something that she enjoyed and became passionate about from learning about the different varieties and opportunities that were available. It's something that our schools had been doing, but it wasn't something that we had been doing here. So we did get some really good feedback in regards to that as well. And we did do some special events, including a potluck breakfast, as well as our finale cookout. And so we were thankful Miss Boomer actually came and she stepped right in and started serving as well. So we appreciate that sense of family and everyone coming together. So hopefully you had an opportunity to see the feedback that we received. And of course, this was something that wasn't solicited, but was just something that was shared via email. And a lot of times people were just saying it in the hallways. So it was just like a new air in the building, which was really nice because sometimes, as you know, we're working harder in the summer, not that we're not working during the school year, but I think a lot of times people think that we have off during the summer, which is definitely not the case. We're working harder in the summer to make plans for the upcoming school year. Now, we did have some negative feedback, which I think you might appreciate. They wanted more popcorn, which who doesn't, right? And unfortunately, one of our food trucks probably did not provide the service that they would have expected. And so that was something else that we received and that we shared that with our food truck vendor as well, so that they would know for the next time when they visited another business. So again, in focusing intentionally on listening to our stakeholders, another opportunity that I wanted to share with you that we've been working on this summer is Let's Talk. You know, Let's Talk has been something that we've had within the district, but every year it seems to take on a new, I guess, dimension of its own. But what we found through the pandemic was that this was an electronic format that our stakeholders really liked. They liked the ability to be able to submit their questions, their concerns, And we found during the summer that they were utilizing it to be able to provide us feedback, actually positive feedback, because for so long, Let's Talk had, I think, a negative connotation with it. So we were really excited to say, hey, look, people are using this for good as well. So I really worked hard this summer with our representatives and contractors with Let's Talk, because they wanted to provide us a new updated landing page with topics that were relative to our current work and that were aligned with our strategic plan. So with our ability to start the new school year, we wanted to make sure that we had this new look. And so we do. So the landing page has been revamped. And what's the other thing that I like that we've done that has been very intentional is on the landing page, just following our district concern process, it has the ability for whoever is utilizing the district landing page that they have the ability to contact the school first, okay? Because that's really important through all the work that we've done is that the people closest to the work have the opportunity and the ability to be able to respond. And we heard that from our principals. When we implemented Let's Talk to begin with, that was one of the reasons why they didn't like it, is because we started at the district level and we thought we were doing something good by starting small and starting here and not putting a burden and additional work on them. But what we really found is that they felt like they were being skipped in the process. This time they're not being skipped. They're actually being promoted first, okay? And we talked to them at the principals meeting so that they were aware. And we also shared with them what the new landing page would be for each of the schools. Before we had all of the same topics at all the schools pages as well as the district, it was too much, we thought, for our parents and other stakeholders and customers who were utilizing Let's Talk. So we created just a blank page so they can submit anything, which I think will be very helpful so that when they submit something, that it'll go to the appropriate people and the principals at the school, they have the opportunity to form their teams and who they wanted to be able to respond. So I think that that's all very important for our 21-22 school year with Let's Talk. Also, we have the customer service rating, and we know we all are very passionate, as I mentioned before, about customer service. And I take it very personally when I get a 1. I don't like that, but people don't always like our response, okay? So we have to take that into consideration as well. But one of the things that's nice about Let's Talk is that they have an auto response feature now. So if we get a score of anything less than a 5, it'll send them an auto response and ask, what could we have done better? Now, it might not be something that we could necessarily have in our control that we could do better, but at least it does provide the customer an opportunity to provide, again, maybe another way to be able to express their concern. The other thing that we'll be having this year is a text line. And again, we know our people like to text, right? So let's go to the resources and the ways in which they like to do it. This includes our students too. So our students are welcome to use Let's Talk as well. It'll come in the form of a dialogue, and so then it can be routed to the appropriate person. So if it needs to go to a principal or a school, it will do so. Or if it's a question at the district level, it will remain here and the appropriate person will be able to answer. We also will have a report a bully form, which will be customized, which will be good so that all of our schools will have that feature as well. We'll also have a chat bot, which I'm really excited about. It'll take a long time, probably on the back end, to build it, but it will be our most frequently asked questions. And as we launch this, as we see other things come in that we might not have been able or been aware that these could have been potential questions, that we can make adjustments along the way. And of course, with our superintendent wanting to intentionally focus on listening as well, Dr. Miller will also have a page under her website on the district for Superintendent's Advisory Council. The piece that I love about this, and it's actually attached in Assembly, is it allows when she's about to have a meeting with whatever focus group at that time, is that they can submit their questions beforehand. Or if it's a specific topic that she'd like to focus on, it could all be driven prior to. And so she would have all that information prior to the meetings. So Let's Talk was really good about providing us some data, which I thought was helpful in terms of seeing the difference over the years. So as I mentioned before, our dialogue volume did grow over the pandemic because we did see a slight decline after our initial rollout in 17-18. The other thing that also increased was our customer rating score, which we were thankful for. But the other thing that was really important to us is our average response time in days. I think we were really intentional in making sure that we got back to our customers in a timely manner. And especially, as you know, during the pandemic, with a number of questions that were coming in, I know that Dr. Diggs and Ms. Lee were probably working just as hard as I was to make sure that we could get all of those questions answered. When we were going from Plan C to Plan B to Plan A, a lot of parents had a lot of questions. So on the next slide, you can see who is using Let's Talk as well. And so at 71% of our parents and customers are the ones that are submitting the dialogues. But I also want you to focus on our employees. So this is also another avenue for our employees to be able to also share any questions, concerns, celebrations. And one thing I did do that I modeled after another district for our new landing page is I was intentional in making sure that we had a tab for our new educators. You can remember when new educators start that they have a lot of questions, but they don't always know the people to go to with those questions. And sometimes you might hesitate to ask your question because you might feel foolish for asking it. And so people might expect you to already know the answer. And so this gives them an opportunity to be able to ask it in a safe way or multiple ways if they felt that the need was there. So our opportunities for improvement. Let's Talk has a great library for marketing. And so we have some intentional campaigns that we would like to do throughout the year that we'll be able to do in terms of utilizing this resource. And we'll have an intentional focus, which I think will really help in terms of driving traffic there. And we'll also have the ability to be able to report it. We are also working on easy accessibility on the district and school websites. One of the things, and it wasn't really something that I noticed until recently that it was pointed out to me, is that on our websites, the Contact Us button is at the bottom of the website. Most people don't even take the time to go all the way to the bottom. Our bounce rate on our website is 2 seconds. See, that is a short time to be able to capture somebody's attention, and more than likely that is quicker than they could get to the bottom. So we are moving our Contact Us to the top of the website. That will be on our district page as well as all of our schools. When they click Contact Us, it will take them directly to the Let's Talk landing page so that they can submit any questions, concerns, or celebrations that they have, or if they wanted to text, of course, they could text their question as well. The other thing that we're doing is that there is the ability to be able to have a pop-up screen for the landing pages. So we'll be looking at that too, because I think it'll be really nice if it's something that's easily accessible on the home pages of all of our schools as well as the district page. As I mentioned before, we want to enhance our employee engagement. And so we're starting that specifically for our new teachers so that they'll see that tab is directed and specific for them. The auto response feature helps us in terms of gauging our customer satisfaction for our internal and our external stakeholders. So if we do score a 5 or lower, we want to know why. And so hopefully that feedback will be able to assist us going further. And of course, we're going to utilize the data feature that Let's Talk provides in terms of finding areas that we have that we might be able to do improvements for in terms of communication. Because a lot of times the questions that we see that come in all relate back to communication. So in regards to our customer service opportunities, one of the things that we'll be intentional with, we've got some new assistant principals, as well as a new principal with our Craven Virtual Academy. We'll be helping them with our Blackboard call notification system so that they'll be able to reach their families through a call, a text, as well as an email. With Let's Talk, our school and district leaders had input in regards to designing their team for the workflow. And so they've designated who they want on their team. So it doesn't always have to be the school principal, which I think was important too. And we were sure to communicate that at the principals meeting. And also website training. One of the things that we did this year at the beginning teacher orientation that we haven't done before was we helped our new teachers with their web page for the beginning of the school year. Because we know that sometimes that can be overwhelming. And typically, with them being here and having some hands-on opportunity, we wanted to make sure that they were familiar with the platform and the behind the scenes and building those pages. Because we know our parents will be looking for that information prior to school starting. And right now we know how busy this week is with back to school and orientations taking place. But sometimes it's hard for our webmasters at the school to be able to assist them. And we'll also continue our on-site webmaster training this year at our schools and hopefully take it to the next level. So our next steps, our goal team will specifically be looking at the customer satisfaction survey because it'll be time to administer that soon. And based on our feedback, when we share that with our directors, is that when we analyzed the data back in January, is that there were some concerns in the way in which questions were asked. So our goal team is going to specifically look at those questions and see if they need to be revamped and make sure that we're asking the right questions to get the right data. Our teacher working condition survey, as I mentioned, will be launched again in 2022. And we want to be able to help our schools if there's specific areas that they want to focus on this school year prior to the survey being administered with our school improvement teams so that they can excel and score higher in areas. And also customer service training. We want to provide this if we've got front office staff, data managers, anybody who would need training. And actually, Mr. Lee and Dr. Miller also mentioned the school nutrition. Yesterday, I thought that they did a really good job in providing that training, making the impossible possible, and focusing on the magic that they make happen every day. So that was a great start for their year, and it was very intentional and specific with their customer service that they provide. So that concludes my update for you in regards to goal 4 with the organizational review. And I have time if you have any questions.
Any questions, Mrs. Smith?
Framework. Second, your 80%, is that your goal for all of those different stakeholders? So 80% is for all of those different stakeholders?
Actually, with the customer satisfaction survey, that is actually administered to our principals and our assistant principals. So that's just the customer satisfaction survey is the only survey that is internal for central services in the departments.
So your measurable goal of 80% on just that one.
Yes, ma'am.
So what do we do with the measurable goal on the teacher working conditions?
We can look at specifically what we want those to be, but that was specifically geared towards customer service. Like the teacher working condition survey isn't just customer service. There are a lot of different areas in terms of curriculum and instruction, your school leader.
Right, just I want to leave the side of business. But okay.
Yes.
And with the customer service, only comment on it says, I don't know who's playing a season for the customer service, but whoever the hospital uses did a phenomenal job.
Yes.
Because you don't walk in that building, that someone doesn't make eye contact with you, acknowledge
Mhm.
you, provide excellent customer service. So that might be worth reaching out.
Sure.
I know that, I think the same company does that.
That's great feedback. Thank you.
Mr. Dove?
Yeah, I might not have heard you mention it. I see it has an iPhone app as well, or an app. Is that specific for Craven County, or is it a login and you have to choose the school or selection?
Actually, it is a district app, so it shows all the schools, but you can subscribe to the schools that you want to. So you have the
Okay.
ability to follow all 25, or you can select the ones that are near and dear to your heart.
Okay. And do you see the feedback and the back and forth when you're on it?
And you can, the schools have the ability to be able to push communications that way. So I'm not sure how frequently they're using that, but I can follow up with them as well if that's something that you're interested in.
Not really. I was just asking.
Okay.
Great job,
It's
Ms.
great,
Wagner.
Anyone else?
because it's,
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, it's specialized and it's broken down into schools and it's not just. When I was here, when we had it before, it's like it all just got dumped into this great big pot and then farmed out and it didn't necessarily go where it needed to go. So the way this is broken out, domain specific, school specific, person specific, this is so much better.
Yes.
I love it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else?
Just saying, great job.
Thank you. I appreciate it.
And I would, Dr. Milton?
You go first. I just want to follow up at the end. to
Oh,
give
I just
Jennifer
like to
kudos.
point out that from Ms. Wagner and Mr. Lee reports also show that they are being led and guided by our core values, because a lot of our core values were brought out, even with their people who were our representatives. They show visionary leadership for our kids, and that would fall. And, our student center, this is what we want, and you're valuing people. We're focused on success. And so I would like to commend you all for management by fact. We see all the fact that you have. And so I would just like to, you know, I'm happy that, and I'm sure that others are doing the same thing. But those are our core values, and you both have demonstrated those core values being in process through your presentation this morning and through the other presentations as well. So that's what they're for.
That's
And I
right.
see that we are being guided by them, and I think that's great.
I'm glad that you acknowledge that because it is not by accident. We are very intentional on our focus. And actually in our cabinet meetings, we pick a core value every week to be able to spotlight. And I think that we could say that we see all of them within the work that we do and also within our schools.
And also with the other reports too, so I just need to point that out. Thank you.
Good job.
Great, thank you so much.
I did, but Ms. Boomer she jumped right in and said what I was going to say about the core values. Valuing staff is more important than ever as we look at our turnover and recruiting folks to Craven County. We want this to be the school system of choice. So something as simple as having a food truck in the parking lot where folks who are on opposite ends of the building can speak to one another and just check on family and just make connections as people. So Jennifer did a great job with that this summer. I will point out too that those folks that won prizes also had to serve others, so that if you won a prize, you would serve the popcorn on the last day of the week. So again, an opportunity for folks who work in the same building, but sometimes rarely see one another because everyone's so busy. So I appreciate the work Jennifer's done. And also the listening system. Getting the text where students can be part of our listening system. Many times our students get left out of the process, and they're the ones who can teach us the most because they're living what we're serving to them every day. And sometimes we don't ask. So Ms. Clark was a part of that on Saturday. We actually have a group of students from the 3 high schools coming to cabinet this week to present an idea to us that they would like us to consider. So they said their principals, and I said to them, no, it's your idea. As students, you should come to cabinet and present. So we have representatives from all 3 high schools, and I won't share their idea yet because they want to share it with the board, but they're going to bring the proposal and be prepared to respond with any questions or concerns about the proposal. And once it gets through cabinet, they would like to come to the board and share their idea. And I think that's a great opportunity for our students to learn to be leaders, which is what we want them to be in our community. So this is an opportunity. And Ms. Clark was there with a couple of the students with me on Saturday that are planning to present. And I don't know about you, Ms. Clark, but I was very impressed with their passion and their desire to work together with all 3 high schools collaborating to share an idea and make sure that Havelock and Newbern and West Craven all had consensus on their idea and that every student was being treated in a fair manner in their plan. So it's very exciting to me that our students are feeling led to be leaders in our school district. So I don't know if you want to speak to that, Ms. Clark.
Just adding to that, Dr. Miller is being modest because as we talk about valuing our stakeholders, those kids, and they know I say that endearingly, these 3 military and JROTC, their faces lit up when Dr. Miller said, I think I want you to be on the student advisory committee. And that's just validating them. All 3 of them were articulate with or without our help. But just the fact that she was asking their opinion, saying, you should present this, not your principal. That's what leadership is, Dr. Miller.
Thank you.
Y'all are gonna be impressed.
Valuing people, that's what we do. Thank you. Thank you again. Wonderful presentation. And with that, do we need to take a break? It says break. Y'all want to take a break or go right into the superintendent report? Let's go take a break, 10-minute break. So Vic's about to die.
I'll call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order. And now we would have the superintendent report.
The first item I have for you today is an update on COVID. And I'll be honest, the day that I can come to the board and not say COVID, I know we all will be happy. But we are meeting this challenge every day. I have both lead nurses here, and I just have to again say, we have some of the greatest people in this district helping us in the most difficult of times. And I'm talking 11:30 at night. These ladies are texting me, giving me an update. They're calling families. You talk about valuing people and serving our community, not just our schools, but our community. These two ladies are doing that, along with all of our nurses. If any of them are listening today, we do truly value what they're bringing to our schools. They are not just working with our students, when they get back in the building. I have to say to our parents and our community members how we value them reaching out to our nurses, because we know of student quarantines and not all students are back in the building, like elementary. They're reaching out to the nurses to say, my child's positive. What do I need to do? So they're wanting to do the right thing. And that's what's going to get us back in school face to face with our teachers, which is what we all want to see happen. The greatest things in this district happen in classrooms in front of teachers. So we're having to look at things, continue to evaluate, make tough decisions, but at the forefront is getting kids back in our classroom and keeping them there. So today, as I shared with you, on the 2nd, every time we meet, I would bring updated COVID information so the board could have that to make informed decisions. So COVID data. This was the same chart. It's been updated. These are daily cases in North Carolina, and the little blue section are current cases by the day in Craven. And you'll notice they're a few days behind because this is all of Craven County, not just Craven County schools. So this will just show you, we're kind of up and down. All right. Again, fully vaccinated by age. I will tell you very little movement here in the student area and the staff area. Please ask questions as we go along. Stop me if you need me to stop. Ms. Smith last time mentioned the map. So as you can see, this is the map of North Carolina, and it's pretty much all red at this point. Our cases are high across the state. All right, daily reported positives. This is Craven County Schools from the 2nd of August until the 16th of August. And you can see the blue are staff positives, and these are new positives each day. And the red are student positives each day.
So in numbers total, what are we looking at for children, for the public, those people who are listening in? How many students have been tested? How many have been quarantined?
Okay, so 15 students, and ladies, get my math if I'm wrong, 15 students have been positive since the 2nd.
Correct.
Okay.
And we do currently have 93 students as of today that are quarantined, and we have 17 staff. Of the 17 staff, 10 are teachers.
When you say quarantine, could you explain what that protocol is?
Quarantine could be they're having COVID-like symptoms, they have a COVID test pending, or they have been exposed to someone who's had COVID, or they have tested positive.
So when it's quarantine, that means they cannot be in the building?
Yes, ma'am.
You can go to the next slide. It shows the quarantines. And as I did this late last night, well, actually early this morning, you can see we had a few more from the time I did the slide, but this shows the student quarantines from August 2nd until yesterday.
And if that was a situation that was in school, if it can be answered now, if out of those 91, if they were in masks, how many would it have been? Because I'm sure out of quarantines, that doesn't mean you have COVID. That just means you came in contact. So therefore you have to quarantine yourself, correct?
And I think, and you guys jump in, I think what Mr. Dove is asking, can they avoid quarantine? And I think there's two ways. One would be if they wear a mask properly and the adults can attest that they wore it consistently and properly, or if they've been vaccinated. That would be the two ways that they make contact with each and every one of these folks.
and follow up with the adult in charge, because a lot of these are athletes. And if the coach can say this student chose to, because the early colleges are the only two campuses where our students are fully back on campus. And we do have students that are choosing to wear masks on the campuses. So we did have impacted cases there, and the students that were properly wearing a mask consistently, covering their nose, properly fitted, they do not have to be quarantined, or if they're vaccinated.
Oh, that's great.
So out of our early college kids, for example, how many quarantine students do we have early college specific? Since school started?
Yeah, I know we've had
We've had some positives and we've had some quarantines.
But I want to know how many kids have we had to quarantine, and how many of those quarantines have resulted in positives? Because not everybody that quarantines ends up positive.
That's right, absolutely.
Absolutely.
And I would also like to have that number from last year. I know that some other school districts compared that number. So I would like to know how many quarantines we had last year.
Total for the year?
Total for the year, and how many positive cases we ended up having in the school system for the year. So I want to compare the number of quarantines to the number of positives.
And we can certainly get you that, but remember, much of last year, students were at home, so they were kind of already quarantined.
Oh, I know, but they were back in school from October.
And then they were
So
masked.
from October to the end of school, how many quarantines did we have total? And how many quarantines resulted in positives?
We're not prepared to.
Yeah, and that would be something they would have to research, but we can certainly get you that, and I can send that
I
to
believe
the
I
board.
brought that up about a week ago, that I wanted that information.
Did you give it to me? Because I asked for everybody to send me whatever they wanted to put on the agenda. It was not given to me.
I didn't know that we were going to do all this on the agenda.
Yeah, I'm just saying,
I
that's
just
why.
asked for information.
We can get that information. I mean, we can get it to you as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Isn't information from a request from the board generally channeled through the chair? Isn't that a procedure?
That would be the process that the board chair has said, I believe. Any questions about quarantines thus far? And this again is from August 2nd to yesterday.
I have a question. I guess it's a question. It's just so subjective, and I guess this is where I have like issues when we say wear a mask consistently. So consistently to one person is not consistent to another person. If I'm in the classroom and the teacher has to ask me 10 times during that class to pull my mask up, have I worn my mask consistently? Right. So I guess what I'm saying is, where is our...
Well, the toolkit defines it as being over the nose and the mouth with a good seal.
But what is, I know that's wearing it properly.
Consistently would be to wear it at all times except when they're on a mask break.
So when the teacher has to ask me consistently to pull it up, I haven't been wearing it consistently.
That's correct.
Okay. I think that's where we kind of get muddy.
And I will tell you the early college situation, which we have asked teachers to do and school leaders to follow up, is have seating charts so that in the event that we do have to do a follow-up, we will know the students that were sitting around those students. And at first, we were concerned that there was not a seating chart, which would have been many more quarantines.
Right.
But we found out they had a seating chart. So they only had to make contact with,
So I have that data. So if there had not been a seating chart, we would have quarantined 70 children. But because of the seating chart, we ended up quarantining 33. But of the 33, we found out that 17 had not been vaccinated. So there were actually 16 quarantined. So it could have been 70, but it ended up being a total of 16. And once we received the seating chart, and I was actually at that particular site, met with the principal, met with each teacher, and measured the desk to determine who needed to be quarantined and who didn't.
Okay. Dr. Miller, have you explained to the school leaders that they're supposed to mete out consequences if in fact a child does not wear the mask?
and we have, at this point, it was K-8 is what the board decided on August 2nd.
Yes, ma'am.
So they, of course, we said, we've got to give some understanding to our littlest younger learners and give warnings. And then, of course, if there's a difference in insubordination and children learning to wear the mask properly. So in the event of clear insubordination, they would deal with it like they would any other act of insubordination, such as refusing to, sit down, or a dress code violation, or any of those issues. And I would leave it up to the school leaders to know their students and which ones are clearly learning the proper way to wear a mask and which ones are being, insubordinate. But they are aware of the process. They get a warning, and then they're treated, they're sent to the office, and they follow the process like they would any other act of insubordination.
Since our last meeting, we've moved from one zone to the red zone.
Yes, ma'am. Any other questions on quarantines? All right. Safety protocol changes. And you can go ahead. One of the concerns was our virtual open, did we want to do virtual open houses? This was brought to cabinet. I reached out to school leaders, and here's the data. 20% wanted to move to a virtual open house. 79%, almost 80% said they wanted to maintain the face-to-face open houses this week, which start today, with protocols in place to keep folks safe. For example, Mr. Simmons, I'm sure won't mind if I share, at New Bern High, he normally gathers all of his ninth graders in the cafeteria and does a parent-student orientation. He's going to do that virtually and send that to parents so we don't have mass gatherings in the cafeteria. At elementary and middle school, I sent out an email this weekend asking school leaders to be mindful of the number of folks gathered in a classroom. Some of our classrooms, and I think of Bangor, smaller classrooms. We don't want our entire, families in there with 50 people in a classroom. So they're going to monitor and keep limited number of family members in a room at a time. And also we've asked that it's a parent open house. And, I know grandma and great aunt, they're very excited for little kindergartners to start, but we did ask for our open house for it to be parents. So those are some of the safety measures we put in place, but they do believe they can safely have our open houses this week. And they would ask that we continue to host those with the safety measures in place.
They'll all be wearing masks at the open house.
K-8. All right. So again, the process we're recommending is to hold will be held as scheduled. All those attending will be required to follow the mask rules established by the Board of Education on the 2nd. Classrooms will be monitored to ensure there's no overcrowding and families can properly distance. The next question came up regarding volunteers and visitors in school. Again, reached out to school leaders. They 75% would like to limit non-essential volunteers or visitors in our schools in order to keep kids face-to-face with our teachers. We do support Boys and Girls Club, YMCA, and those that are providing an after-school service because they are like our employees. They come into the school, they will be following all the guidelines and rules like all of our other employees. But volunteer organizations and visitors, while we love that partnership, at this time, the school leaders would request we put a hold on that to keep our students in front of our teachers, to keep everyone safe.
And just to be specific, that would also include clubs.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
So our recommendation is effective August 10th is recommended that we limit non-essential visitors and volunteers in school buildings. All right. New, I bring to you today COVID testing options that I would like to discuss with the board. So we do have the option to opt in to a testing program. The reason we're considering this is for a number of reasons. I can tell you last week, and again, you guys jump in if you need to, when we were sending folks, quarantining them, the wait to get tested locally was 2 days just to get a test. One of our teachers was taking her daughter back to college, and they were requiring a test to go back to college. She had to go to Beaufort County to get a test because we're so backed up in Craven. So again, if we can offer this, and I want to say this very clearly, as a service to our families and our community if they wish to participate. So I'm going to explain to you what that's going to look like. So the CDC recommends COVID testing in K-12 schools. And there are pilot schools, and we would sign up with DPI to participate. And along with that, we understand that it will be a service to our families. For example, last year, when we would quarantine students for up to 14 days, many of our families who may not have a primary health care provider would say to our nurses, and again, jump in if you need to, I'm not going to have my child tested. I'll just keep them home for 14 days. That's 14 days of instruction that student has missed. If we opt to provide that opportunity for testing in schools, our test should be back in 48 hours. And if it's a negative test, the students can return to school. 24 hours.
With this lab.
So it would with Mako. Mako labs are saying 24 hours, and then our students can return to the building. Kelly?
Is there a fee associated with the testing?
And there's not?
So families would not have to pay a fee?
Absolutely not.
Would staff have to pay a fee?
No.
And it is strictly a voluntary, I want this.
Yep.
We're not just going to willy-nilly test people's kids and send people out.
Absolutely not. Nope.
Because we're testing kids.
No. If you'll go to the next slide, I think some of this is going to be in there, but jump back in if your questions aren't answered. The reason or the benefits for this, it supports efforts to focus on in-person learning. It eliminates the need for families and school staff to go out and get in line to get tested. Our staff members can, our teacher of the year can speak to this too, because we kind of had a conversation about this. They can get tested as well. And so it would limit their time because as we're aware, COVID leave is gone. So if our folks are sent home for 10 days, that's 10 days of leave. And of course, we want our teachers, all of our staff in the building. So again, if they would opt into this, they would ask for this, the staff can participate as well. It's convenient. It's done by our nurses who send it to a lab. Mako lab, if you see a little, normally a white vehicle with a little shark fin on the top, that's Mako labs. They would pick up the test and they would take it to the lab. And the other great thing about this is it takes some of the burden off our nurses. They actually do the reporting of positives that are tracked, and it takes that off our nurses. It will add the nurses actually completing the test, which is much different than many of us who have been tested it's more like a Q-tip. She's got one so you can look at. Not quite as invasive. Again, as Ms. Muse brought up, no cost to schools, family, or staff, and our systems can set up. If a mother and dad come in, they can be tested as well as a service to our families.
I think it's great, and I don't know why I can't see a parent being offended. I would personally want my child to get tested so they would not have to go out and stay out 14 days because we're not doing virtual. So you're losing classroom instruction by being out 14 days, and so. The idea is to make it better for everybody. It is not, I don't know, because I don't know people, people have their way of looking at things.
I get
But
that.
I
I just
think-
wanted it to be made clear that
Yeah,
it would be.
Stephen, you can go to the next slide.
yeah. I don't
So
think
the
we're gonna
school
force
districts-
anybody, but it's available to people that want it.
And
I
other
think it's
school
ideal.
districts, particularly Charlotte-Mecklenburg, is doing something very similar
Yeah.
without a fee. It is presumed, and we shouldn't presume, that no one is going to invasively test these kids without their parents' permission. So let's just nip that rumor in the bud.
Absolutely. They have to, and I don't even like to use the words opt in. They don't opt out and it's done unless they have to actually go in and they register with Mako Labs.
Right.
And request. So rather than saying they opt in, they actually request the test. The families do. And let's say Johnny's mom didn't or dad did not do that, and all of a sudden Johnny becomes symptomatic. The parents can then come in and Amy can say, there's an opportunity for us to test. They can go in there and sign up at that point. So it's not a deadline now or never. We can do that because we all know that it doesn't really impact you until it impacts you, right? You might not think you need it until your child gets sick and you're looking at 10 days. So they can continue to register and get that testing as we go on throughout the year.
Okay. I'm sorry, Mr. Doug?
Is registration a one-time process or each time a test must be administered, they have to register? Question one.
So they opt in, if they want to opt in August or September, they opt in, and that's for the rest of the year. As she said, November comes and a child is symptomatic, the parent may decide to opt in at that point.
Right, I got
But
you.
then they're opted in for the
Rest of the year.
And they can also change their mind and say, I've changed my mind, I do not wish to participate. And
But
they
I-
can opt out.
But opting in doesn't mean they're actually participating unless they take the test, correct?
Right, it's, if I decided, if my child becomes symptomatic, I would like them tested. They can do that now, or as the child becomes symptomatic, or, quarantined or whatever, if we can serve those families. And they can do that now for the child, maybe the other child, they want to opt in later. So it's not a deadline that you do it now or never. You can participate now, change your mind later. I want it clear, as Ms. Muse said, this is a voluntary request by families to provide a service to them.
Right.
We're using the word opt-in, so would it be beneficial just to use the word make an appointment? Is that the
Well, and
same?
that's what I would like to say,
No?
request to participate.
So
Yeah.
they
The language.
give an opportunity to go into the website, like a school will have its own account with Mako. The parent has a way to get in, of course, create a password and everything. They will check off that they're giving consent right then for testing. And, it's there. But again, if you don't go into the website, your child's not going to be tested ever.
But at that point, after they sign up on the website, then they would have to make an appointment to have the child tested, correct?
No. If we.
And let me explain why I'm asking this, just because of a question that was brought up. I just want to be clear to any parents that's listening, that they know this is not going to be random testing.
No, it is not
So-
random testing. No. So if you all choose, and we do both screening and diagnostic, and I think.
I'm going to get to that point, yes.
So we're kind of jumping ahead.
Okay, I'll wait.
Okay, I want to answer your
There's not
question.
an appointment. So let's say that 100 students at Luann School sign up to participate, and 25 teachers sign up to participate. Y'all have that many. So let's say that they do, and we decide that Tuesdays are going to be our screening testing day.
Gotcha.
Then that day, we're going to screen 100 kids that are signed up and the 25 teachers that are signed up. And then Thursday, another child comes along that is in the program and they have symptoms. Then we can do a diagnostic test. So there's no appointment, but now I would like for our nurses to contact the family, even though they've opted in, to contact the family and say, hey, your child's here with symptoms and you consented. Are you still fine with me doing this test?
Absolutely.
So.
And I think that's what I was getting at. If it sounds like now there's going to be a day of testing, but why if a child just pops up with symptoms and it's not that day that school is being tested?
Well, there's two types of testing. There's a screening, which is more, we say random, but for everyone that signed up, and then there's a diagnostic. So I'm going to discuss that a little bit more later and what we're actually recommending. All right. The other thing that there's some grant funding because our nurses will be doing the testing. By participating in this program, it will provide the funds so every nurse at every school will be full-time, which currently we do not have. So every nurse at every school will be 37.5 hours. All right. Next one. So the lab's responsibilities, they're a state-approved vendor. The state, Mako bills the state, they pay the bills, so that's not on us. That will not be on Ms. Altman's office to figure out. They offer both types. We hear like the FAST test and the PCR test. They provide all the testing supplies. They provide training to our nurses on how to actually give the test and any backup staff or sub-nurses. And again, 24 hours. They transport it by courier to the lab, and we have a 24-hour turnaround time. And again, they report all positive to the state, which is a time saver for our nurses. That's a step we'll take off of them. All right, the next is consent for testing. Again, they give consent to Mako Labs. No test will be performed unless the parent makes the request and gives consent. If the parent does not request to participate, their child will never be tested. Again, if a parent does not make the request, their child will not be tested. A parent can opt in at the start of the school year or later, as I've shared. The parent can also opt out in writing at any time. But if they opt out, then they can't return, because you can imagine the in and out and how difficult it would be to manage. If the parent or staff member opts in, this is if we go with screening, they will be screened weekly and will have access to the diagnostic testing as well. Next slide.
Can they do diagnostic testing only and not necessarily weekly screening?
And we're getting to that, and the answer is yes, based on the board's direction for me today. So testing should be used with other preventative strategies, some of the things we already have in place. Testing quickly can detect new cases, reduce the risk of transmission, reduce the number that need to be quarantined, and increases family and staff access so they don't need to have healthcare appointments outside of the school. All right, so now I'll talk to you a bit about the screening option, which folks kind of think of as more of a random test, but it's only for those that request it. Only students and staff who had opted into the portal to be screened could be screened weekly for COVID testing. The diagnostic test is when you have symptoms and you're tested. So that's the difference between screening and diagnostic.
I don't think we're on the same page, and I don't really have it on our.
Stephen,
Keep going.
screening testing options.
One more.
That was the
Keep
last.
One more. There you go. All right. So I'll let you stop there for just a minute so you can look at that. So that is the screening option. That means someone may not be symptomatic, but all students, staff that have requested that would be tested as a preventative measure. All right, next slide. So then you have the diagnostic option. That's for a staff or student or family member that has COVID-like symptoms or known to be a close contact of someone with COVID. So that can lessen the number of students and staff that have to remain out of school. We get a negative test in that 24 hours. The nurses call them and say, you can come back to school tomorrow, to the staff member or to the student. Again, reduce the number of days for our staff and students and allow staff and students with symptoms to test without the need for a community appointment. And that would help with community spread, the less they're out in the community if they are positive. All right, next slide. And again, it's funding as a part of this grant. So we must agree to perform COVID testing in order to get this. And we must let the state know of our decision by September 13th, whether we're going to participate in the testing program. Kelly?
What's the odds of having a screening or a test and it come back negative, but the reason it prompted it is because you're symptomatic, and then 2 days later you're positive? So if you took the test and you're negative, and you get to come back to school or work, and then 2 days later you pop a positive, so then you've been back in the building because your original test with the 2 day span in between was negative.
Well, that's the same as what would happen in the community. I mean, people get tested too early. We go with the health department's recommendations of waiting about 3 to 5 days after an exposure. You know, if a child went home for symptoms, and we're waiting, and they decide they're going to get tested in the community, then we're waiting. But maybe in that time, the parent would opt in and just drive the child back to the school, and we can test them then. But yeah, the testing window matters. So if you can get tested too early and have that false negative, definitely.
Okay, next slide. The funding for staff, this is some of the ways that you can use the funding. Again, we would recommend that we use the funding to make our part-time nurses full-time at every school. Next slide. So we did survey the nurses, and we asked, should we offer COVID-19 testing for staff and students in grades K-12? And you can see 80% of our nurses said yes, 20% said no.
Why did we get the no's?
And this was before the nurses came back. When we sent the nurses home for the summer, not much detail had been given to any of us about testing. And my nurses know that the PCR test is the gold standard, and you all have heard that same phrase too. So that's what my nurses were replying. They were saying, if we're not going to PCR test, it's useless, it's a waste of our time. So that by and large, that's most of what the no's were. But the next slide shows after they came back last week and we had a meeting and we did a presentation that told them what we can do. And we can do PCRs, which is a huge plus. Then something like 83% were in favor of testing, whether it was screening and diagnostic or diagnostic alone. And I can't see that, but I believe I
Yeah, it is. It's, so then we asked them if we have three options: no testing at all, screening and diagnostic, or diagnostic only. And you can see that to do some tests, Amy's right, about 83%. 25% would like to do both types. 58% said diagnostic testing only.
This is for the nurses.
Yes.
If families have to opt in, why would anyone else have a problem doing screening and diagnostic if this is by choice of a family?
So Mako Labs, they tell us we have the choice. You have the choice today to decide that we're going to offer diagnostic only, and that screening piece won't be included at all. It won't even be there. It won't be for the parent to make the choice. But if you today say that you think we should offer both screening and diagnostic, then that's what will be in the consent, and that's what they'll be consenting to.
Yeah, but my question is, if a parent has to go to the website, sign up for their child, and screening and diagnostic are both offered, which can only increase any chances of protecting, why would we not want both? Or why would any nurse say, no, I only want to do diagnostic, but a family has already had to take the time, go to the website and say, I consent. I don't mind if my child does this. So why would they take away 100% of this protection function? Is it because they don't, is it too much time?
It could be.
Or they feel like
I'll
it's,
just tell you how it is. Our nurses are exhausted.
okay, yeah, I'm just asking.
For contact tracing, it's night and day. And most of that, of course, falls to us right now, but thankfully, our nurses are back, and we'll have a few helping us do some of the contact tracing. But that is by and large the majority of what we do in a day is contact tracing. So in their minds, they're saying, oh my goodness, I'm going to have to take on this testing role. So what that means, she's going to have to garb up in the PPE. And if we decide to do screening, she's every week on Tuesday or whatever day, she's going to be doing that in addition to contact tracing and all of the other things the state requires us to do, which is why we would like to add those hours to their day, definitely. So in my mind, that's what I would say is their reasoning behind it, just not her.
So as a nurse, I'm gonna put you on the spot. As a nurse, would diagnostic testing only be as viable as doing both?
No.
What about you, man?
No.
Okay.
And let me tell you why. Screening helps us identify the asymptomatic positives. So the students that we know 30% of COVID positives were asymptomatic. And if you've got 30% that aren't showing symptoms and we provide an option to screen, we can identify that super spreader before we've had to quarantine and a whole bunch of students or at a school have tested positive. A lot of times by the time students develop symptoms, they're already in the building. They've perhaps been on a bus and then they're going to test positive. Then it makes contact tracing, the number becomes larger because you've got a spread due to an exposure to somebody who already has presented with symptoms. But if we can identify those who don't have symptoms through screening as an option, then we can reduce that super spreader. And then also by providing diagnostics, We've also got the option of when we're notified that somebody is having COVID-like symptoms, we have a tool to go ahead and test them as quickly as possible.
Just one quick question. Would this be the same nurse that has to give out the medications throughout the day and help with a student who has a seizure or epileptic, or so that one person will be responsible for all this?
We're super nurses, yes.
That's a lot.
And the state has charged us this year to catch up on all our vision and hearing screens. So we're gonna be doing twice as many in twice as many grades. So again, that's why we asked that we go along with increasing the nurse hours as well.
I did reach out to school leaders as well because it would impact their building. So I wanted to give you their feedback. Next slide. So school leaders regarding testing, offer testing to students who are symptomatic with requests from parents. So the diagnostic part, 54% of our school leaders said yes, diagnostic, 45 said no. Next slide. Random screening, which is you consent, and as Mr. Dove was talking about, every week you, for screening purposes, they're not necessarily symptomatic, but to catch the asymptomatic folks, we asked the school leaders, about 92% said they would prefer not to offer that, and 8% said yes. My guess would be, if you think of a size school of a New Bern High School with one nurse and 600 students want to opt in to the screening part, the amount of work it would be in the disruption at the high school. But then you've got the other side of that, but it's still disruptive when kids are sent home for 10 days. So again, I get it. It's a hard decision, but it's clear our school leaders would like to participate in the diagnostic part, not necessarily in their opinion for the screening. So I did want to be totally forthcoming and share that information with you from school leaders. All right.
I had a question. What is the increased number of hours that our nurses will be receiving?
They would go from about 35 hours to 37 and a half.
Wow. 2.5 hours for a lot more work.
Exactly, which is probably why we have some of the responses we have. Not that they don't want to do it, but there's only so many hours in a day when the students are in the building. And I'm guessing school leaders too, the instruction, pulling students out of the classroom and how that would work.
And
But
most of our nurses last year were working more than 37 and a half. But they
I
were
know.
compensated for that.
Absolutely. Mr. Dove?
Can a CNA 2, I saw that you all will be trained to give the test. Can a CNA 2
Yes.
give a test? So with that increase of money, would it be beneficial to increase the hours of the majority of nurses, but reserve some to probably hire 10 or some CNA 2s to help on testing and all of this? Because a CNA 2, I'm sure there's a lot of those in the community that could benefit from this and maybe better than the situation they're in now.
Well, we have a couple of CNAs that work with us, and one of them we hired. She is assigned to Craven Early College, but in my mind, I'm thinking she's going to help us with the vision and hearing screening, but she could also be trained to help us do testing. So she's going to be a floater, but we've not been told how much money.
That's right.
That's all being billed to the state, but I think there's probably money available because it says we can hire additional personnel. So
Exactly.
yes. Oh, we would love to have some more.
Depending on the money, we would like to spend the money we get clearly on our personnel.
Because I mean, if like they were saying, one nurse is going to have to do all of this, you all have to catch up with your hearing and vision screening. It seems like it'd be more feasible to hire a CNA 2 versus an RN to help you all out.
Finding the RNs is.
Well, we're not even proposing to hire more.
Well, you're right, increase, right. Well, it's, to preserve something to hire some CNA 2s.
I think we would have the money to increase the nurses' hours and hire some CNAs. Absolutely. And actually, and I don't recommend this, but I mean, we could train school staff because we have staff that are trained to be backup people for us when we're out of a building or whatever. But, I mean, we're not planning to train any school staff to do any testing. I'm not.
Yeah, I don't want teachers to hear that we're putting anything else on their plate. No. Kelly?
So this is considered a grant, kind of, the funding piece, is that right?
Right, if we opt in September with the state, with DPI.
So I'm assuming these positions would be funded as any other grant type position would be funded, which would be a year contract, because once, kind of like WIOA,
Mhm.
and then once the grant runs out, so anybody we hired additionally would understand that this is a temporary position that would only last for a year.
Right, and the same way with the increase in hours, and all of our nurses understand, they're all, and I don't want to use the word contract because they're not, they're annual employees. Certainly, we value them and want to keep a nurse in every school. I hear that loud and clear from the board, but they would understand the increase of hours as well as any additional staff is because of this funding.
Yes, and this enhanced laboratory capacity grant is for 1 school year.
Ms. Muse?
And I'm assuming that there would be a contract, just like we did when we did workforce development, that they would have to sign stating that they were aware of the conditions of this.
I don't think it would be a contract, but an agreement, yes.
I'd like to make an observation. Each school has 1 nurse, regardless of the size of the school, right? And they are expected to do the same thing. Are we really being fair to New Bern High School, who only has 1 nurse and has to do the same thing that other schools have? I think we need to look into getting at least 2 nurses at New Bern High School. It is not fair for that 1 nurse to be held responsible for doing all of that. I don't know what we can do about it, but I think something needs to be done about it. They need more than 1 nurse.
And we
at
could
New Bern
look
High
at that
School.
funding. The issue is again, why we brought the contract information back to the board today. Finding the folks to do
I know.
this is the real challenge now. It's just like finding teachers, particularly in the middle of a pandemic,
Right.
when they're so needed in hospitals and the pay that they can get offered there. But I agree, and I think both of these ladies would agree as well.
Yes, and the National Association of School Nurses for years, as long as I've been in school nursing, has recommended 1 nurse for every 750
Right, and
kids.
so we need one.
Definitely, most have it.
We definitely need another nurse.
So you've heard from the nurses, you've heard from principals. District cabinet met and had the nurses present this to us. We are recommending superintendent's cabinet that we do opt in by the September 13th deadline. We are recommending diagnostic testing only. I don't think, we are not going to be offended if the board decides to do the screening. We were just concerned, as the school leaders are, I'm sure, the disruption to instruction and how 1 nurse is going to do that. So certainly we want to provide the diagnostic testing option to our families who may not otherwise go and get tested at all and then miss 10 days of school. We want our kids back in front of our teachers consistently.
Can we, let's just say that we had significant outbreak after choosing not to do after not to do screening, could we opt into screening later?
Possibly. You know, I guess it's possible. That is not a question that I asked Mako Labs about. I didn't ask that.
What happens if you opt in to do the screening and the diagnostic, but you choose not to use the screening until you decide it's necessary?
Well, I will say that it's necessary today. If you decide to do it, I strongly recommend that we go ahead and start. I mean, our early colleges are in session. It'll take a couple of weeks to get everything moving anyway, but.
And how long and what would you say the amount of disruption to instructional time would be?
Depends on the number of people that decide. I mean, it could be 10 students and families to decide they want to participate, or it could be at New Bern, it could be 900 families that wish. So that's going to depend on the number of folks that are interested in the service. Because again, I want to make clear to anyone listening, this is only for families that make the request, even if we do screening. It's not just random, we just go pull kids out of class. It's for families that opt in. In some districts, I know athletics, many of the families are opting in because they're screening and they're making sure that whole teams, like we currently have, quarantine, by doing the screening, it could prevent some of that. So there's benefits and drawbacks to each one, which is why, I mean, you nurses gave their input, school leaders and cabinet, but I don't think anyone will be upset at all, regardless of what the board decides, as long as we have options for our families.
I think this might be my last question.
It won't. That's fine. Your question is a question somebody else has, so we appreciate
Yeah,
it.
because I heard what they said, so y'all are making this difficult for me. But when they sign up for this, when a family signs up for this, will they have the option to say screening only for them in particular? Or if we select diagnostic and screening, when they sign up, they're signing up for the whole shebang?
That's right. So it's in your hands.
That's what I'm saying. So as a board, you give us direction if you want to do, we don't want to participate, or we want to do screening and diagnostic testing, or we want to do only diagnostic testing when students are symptomatic or been exposed.
And school leaders have picked this time. Their preference is that, because it's not a vote, it's a.
Their input states that they are not as interested in screening as they are in diagnostic.
Because of disruption of learning, not health.
And it could be,
Not
the
based
amount of
on
work on
health,
nurses, right.
And the nurses want diagnostic as opposed to screening as well?
They want both.
They,
Well-
83% said, voted that said they prefer testing.
Yeah.
But, most of them, I think, prefer diagnostic.
58% voted for diagnostic and 25% voted for.
Okay, okay. So the nurses and the administrators are saying diagnostic?
Correct.
Right, okay.
All right, next slide. So this, I have more of the presentation, but I thought this would be a good stopping point for the board to provide some direction on how you would like to proceed with the testing part. I don't want to get us mixed up with different conversations and discussions. So I am open to questions or conversations from the board.
Steve, can you go back while they're doing their questions? Can you go back to that screen on the, like you can keep flipping from the nurses and administrators while y'all talking. I just want to be able to look at it.
So we have to decide whether or not we want to go with screening and diagnostic or just diagnostic.
Or not participate.
Or nothing at all.
Oh, okay.
A little slow.
Three
Screening,
choices.
screening and diagnostic, or just diagnostic or nothing at all.
Or
Are
do
those
not
all three?
opt in.
Okay,
That is correct. You have three options.
okay, so we need to discuss which one that we prefer. So I just opened up for who wants to lead the discussion on that.
In my mind, I would go with the diagnostic,
Okay.
just because until we have more nurses, it's going to be unduly burdensome.
Okay, anyone else?
I would say go with diagnostic because that's what our school leaders prefer and our children have had enough disruption in instruction. And whatever we put out to parents, I'm just gonna say it, not everybody reads, not everybody whatever. A robocall needs to be made and it needs to be crystal clear that this is your choice, that we're not willy-nilly testing kids, because when some other districts started touching on this, I started receiving phone calls and people weren't real happy. So it needs to be crystal clear.
Is parent request only.
Or guardian,
Yes.
because not all
Right.
children live with a
Right.
parent, so.
Parent or guardian, whoever's responsible for making decisions for the student, would have to make the request. And it goes through Mako Labs.
Okay, someone else?
I would gladly support the diagnostic, but I just have to say that I think it's going to prolong the agony to not add the screening piece of it. Because, I mean, we know last year we were not at full capacity in our schools. And this year, we're going to be at full capacity with the virus growing at 8 times the rate of the last one. And so without that screening piece, we're just going to prolong the exhaustion of our teachers and prolong the exhaustion of our nurses. But I would support the diagnostic. But I don't think it's the answer. I think the two of them together are the answer.
Is that one of the options?
That is the screening and the diagnostic.
Okay, so, all right, Kelly?
I would say this, the last time this board made a decision, we didn't take the survey data that was given to us, which caused a lot of stress, angst, and anxiety in the community. And I understand what Ms. Smith is saying. However, that is an example of our continuous improvement model, that we are supposed to take feedback seriously, and we have not been.
I question that, Kelly.
I have.
I don't think you're hearing from one part, you're hearing from
You don't speak
people
for
that
me.
are contacting you. Everybody's not contacting you. We all have been contacted, we all have been contacted one way or another. But, so your
I'm
contact,
just going, my opinion is just going strictly off of the charts that I see before us from the data that's been presented.
Let me add something. I'm sorry to butt in.
go on.
Now, let's be honest. It's not been a lot, but I talked to 4 people. I gotta slow down. I talked to 4 people that told me they wanted masks, but they voted multiple times more than the children that they had. So the data was skewed, in my opinion, and that's all I'm gonna say on that.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but we're getting off this question. We get it off.
We'll get to mask in a minute.
We need to talk about, we need
I'm
to settle
going
this
down.
first. We need to settle whether or not we want diagnostic and screening.
Or
We need to
not,
get this
or not
settled, we're
opt-in at
gonna be
all.
over the place, so we need to get that settled first. Once we get settled first, when we get to mask, we'll talk about mask. We ain't talking about mask right now. So we need to get this settled first. Ms. King.
Okay, thank you. I agree with both sides, but I live it every day. And because I live it every day, I have a school nurse and I see how overworked, and we have a small school, and our population of diabetic students and epileptic students and students who have seizures and all the other things that happen on a day-to-day basis.
Special needs students.
Special needs students and special need teachers like me, who also, have some things that we have to go to see. It's idealistically, it would be awesome to be able to do the screening. But realistically, I'm gonna side with a diagnostic just because it's easy for us to say it when we don't have to do it. But the people that have to do it are the people that we need to also consider. So I would, at this particular time, I would go with the diagnostic. But I do agree with what you're saying. It would be awesome because that would be preventative, and that's what we need. But I don't think that's also that 100% the answer as well either. But yeah.
Both would be good. Mr. Ipock.
My thoughts. I think this fall is going to be very hard. I think we are going to be surprised. And when I make my decisions, I try to reflect on what is going to give us the most opportunity to have kids in the classroom, kids in school, kids in front of a teacher being taught. So for those reasons, anything that we can do to put a shell around this. Therefore, I'm absolutely in favor of diagnostics and screening.
Okay. I heard Mr. Dove, did you say, did you give your preference?
Are we voting?
No, we're just trying to get a feel for it right now.
Well, I'm torn, to be quite honest.
Mm-hmm.
Why would most of the nurses not say both again?
You said diagnostic.
Because of time?
Workload, probably.
I understand workload. Who wants to work? I mean, I work 7 days a week, so I understand workload. But unfortunately, if it's your job, that's what you have to do. I complain to myself all the time. But hearing what you both said, I make my decisions on safety for the children and the science. So, I don't know right now. When we get a vote, I'll know.
I think you need a motion.
What I'm hearing, and of course, I prefer diagnostic as well. So what I'm hearing is that we all are leaning to diagnostic. We know that screening is important as well, but due to the fact of it's just putting too much on our nurses as well as it is. So I need to get a motion that everybody is in agreement. I need to get a motion that we go. I'm sorry, Vince.
Let me ask one more
Victor.
question.
There's a motion.
Okay, I heard what you both said. Is that putting too much on your staff, or is that something y'all can handle with everything else you need to handle as well? Because it's one thing to say it's needed, but it's another thing to say, can you all achieve it?
It's a lot of work. And again, if I can jump in, I don't think they can totally answer that question because if it's 5 students that opt in, doable. Right. If it's at New Bern High School, 500, that's a different scenario. So.
And I'd like to add, besides my role as assistant lead nurse, I also have a school as well. And so I'm responsible for 300 plus students plus the staff. And my heart is to try to not only get our children in school and our teachers, but I want to keep them there. And it will make my job even harder than it is right now. But in my mind, it's the right thing to do. And the right thing to do is for me as a nurse at my school and as a leader in the Craven County schools is to provide both options.
Okay. I would need for everybody to say what you got to say, because when I start making the motion again, I'm not going to stop. So say what you got to say so we can make the motion. Okay? Anybody have anything else you need to add? So at this time, I need to get a motion that we go along with diagnostic.
So moved.
It has been moved and second.
No, it hasn't been seconded.
Oh, I'm sorry. Somebody second it right quick.
Second.
All right. Because we need to get it, it has been moved and second that we think the best way is to go diagnostic.
Can you word it differently? Because I think the best way is both, but we'll settle for diagnostic because of the workload.
The board is recommending of the options presented to choose the option of diagnostic.
I want somebody to make a motion the way that you want me to say it. So you want me to say it that way, you make the motion that way. Okay?
Well, I didn't hear how was the motion?
And no, just make it the way you want it.
We'll have to make
Myra,
it.
can you reread the motion? Did you get it?
Right.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, that's fine. The motion to adopt diagnostic.
Testing. Yes. Is that what we're gonna do?
Mm-hmm.
All in favor, let it be known by saying aye.
Aye.
All those opposed, the same?
Opposed.
Nobody opposed, everybody saying aye. Motion carried. Did you
Is
say
that what he was saying?
aye? Did you oppose?
I oppose.
Okay.
But it passed.
You said
Y'all
aye,
got
okay.
it, but I want to go on record, I oppose it. I was gonna go both.
Okay.
All right. Now we can move on. So COVID updates regarding masks. At the August 2nd meeting, the Board of Education made the decision to make masks required for staff and students on K-8 campuses and recommended but not required for 9-12 campuses. And at that board meeting, you asked me to bring you data back each month so you could revisit your decision based on current data and make any changes as necessary, either way, regarding the health and safety of our students and our staff. So the next map is showing school districts across North Carolina and what they have decided to do. K-12 masks are the yellow, purple, are people are saying optional, and then partial, that would be us right there, the little, we kind of stand out, but I get that and I respect that decision. But that's just kind of telling you, and we know that boards are meeting every day, either to be more restrictive or less restrictive based on the statistics of COVID in their communities. So this is kind of where we are right now as a state with school districts. thought that was a great way to, I found that map, it was a great way to show that. So based on what I've shared with you today, we are open to discussion regarding mask. Again, currently K-8 buildings, all students and staff.
Okay, before we begin the discussion, because all of us are passionate about this subject. We are very passionate. We are hearing from different people in the community, from our stakeholders, and we need to realize we ain't gonna satisfy everybody. Regardless of what we discuss, not everybody is going to be satisfied. Having said that, I will say this. We need to pay attention to our ground rules for the meeting. Because when we don't listen to ground rules, we get out of order and we don't accomplish anything. And some things that should have been done were not going to be done. So I would emphasize that, first of all, we listen to as an ally. We are all in this together. There's no big chief and no little Indians or whatever you want to call it. We all are here together to make the best decision for our children. We need to respect each other by what each other has to say. Even though our opinion may be different, we need to respect each other's opinion. And I think if we do that, we can get something accomplished. And let one person go speak at a time. Don't interrupt somebody while they're trying to speak. And I hate saying that because we're not children, but we must maintain order and dignity in our meetings so that we can get things accomplished. If we don't do that, then we're not going to ever get anything accomplished. Mr. Alpert.
Madam Chair, given the gravity of the discussion we're now going to have,
Mhm.
would it be appropriate for us to take a short break?
We
Clear our
can.
minds?
And before break, can I give, Ms. Muse did ask for some information, and I'd like you to have that information before you make this decision. So in August 2020, we had staff quarantined 110, quarantined students 11, positive staff 6, positive students 1. August 2021, and this is through the 12th, we have quarantine staff 27, quarantine students 93, almost all athletic related. Positive staff 7, positive students 8.
Okay, can you give us a written copy of that?
I will. I'll run it, and if you take break, I'll have it at your seats when you return. Is that what
And
you wanted, Ms.
Okay. Before we go, and I do apologize, Dr. Bracer, will you please stand?
Yeah, I was good. Yeah.
Before, we don't want him to run off before.
And he has a few things to do, I imagine.
This is Dr. Bracer. He has graciously accepted the challenge to help us out in Dr. Miller's place in human resource. Doing an excellent job. We appreciate what you're doing and thank you for coming to be a part of our team. If it's only temporary, we appreciate all that you're doing and thank you so much for that.
He has been a lifesaver for me, I can tell you. I really appreciate it.
Madam Chair, at break, I put the data in front of you along with a letter I would like to discuss after you have your discussion regarding masks.
Are we ready? I call this meeting of the Craven County Board of Education back to order, please. Dr. Miller, will you?
I
Continue.
placed the statistics that Ms. Muse asked that I share with you in front of your seats. I also added it to the presentation today since it would be documented as part of the things you considered in making your decision. So I presented the data to you, Madam Chair, and to board members. So it is your opportunity to discuss our current situation and how you would have us move forward.
Okay. We did say that we would go back and review the data and decide if we wanted to. Is that what we wanted to do? So we can start deciding whether or not we want to maintain the decision that we made at the last meeting? Or do we think that we need to make changes to that? We just need to talk about it. One way or the other, we need to talk about it. We'll start with Mr. Bull first, then Ms. King, and then Ms. Clark.
Ms. Miller, this data we're looking at, August 2020, where were we last year as far as these dates? Were we out of school like we are right now?
We were.
Okay.
Keep in mind, August 2020, we were in school part of the month because it was the entire month. Here, we have 2 early colleges back in session with students and staff, but we do not have the rest of our schools. So the August 2021 data is through August 12th. So for what you're asking me, I believe is last month and last year, August 2020, we were in school for part of the month. We have not returned to in school for our traditional.
That's right.
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 You done, Mr. Dillon?
Yes, Mr. Dove, are you finished?
Oh, yeah, that's all. That's what I wanted to know.
Ms. King.
Okay, I'm just gonna go back to something that I said previously, because whatever decision we make, I don't understand how we are going to be able to enforce what we mandate. Whatever decision we make, as we see here, Ms. Boomer, the chair came in and she asked everyone to mask. And I'm looking around, I see 3 or 4 people that are unmasked and have been, but the whole time. I'm not judging and criticizing, I'm just presenting what's there. Everybody sees it. And everybody sees that we can't enforce it as a board. How are we gonna enforce it at our school level? How are principals and teachers supposed to enforce what we're mandating when obviously we're not able to enforce what we're asking people to do in this building? That is a problem for me. And I don't know what to do, what the solution is. But I don't feel comfortable putting this in the hands of teachers to mandate when at the district level, we're not able to mandate it, or we're not able to enforce what we've mandated.
Thank you.
Mr. Billman?
Yes.
I think one of the problems we have right now is that we are in flux. We don't know what our rules are. So once we have defined our rules, then that will be what will be enforced. And I do believe that we have the right to set the rules of the house. I'm sure there must be a provision for an exception that's medical or something, in fairness to everyone. But we set the rules for the house, and Mr. Gatchell can help us. And we also have others who can assist us in making sure that we abide by whatever those rules are.
Right, the key word that you said was set. And that's what I'm saying, we can set it, but where are our consequences? But when we don't abide, that's all I'm asking. And if we put that into the hands of a teacher, just like I said earlier with the word consistent, it's so subjective as to what somebody considers to be consistent. And just those little gray areas that I think we need to make sure that we look at and take into consideration. Because we're putting responsibility in the hands of our nurses, and we're putting responsibility in the hands of our teachers and principals, but we're accountable ourselves. So what standard and what measures are we doing or that we are putting in place to make sure that these things that we're setting are actually done?
And if I could respond, I am in complete agreement.
Mm-hmm.
And I think it does come down to the issue of what are the rules.
Right.
For instance, we have the sign out front that says, fever checks are required, temperature checks are required, but we're not doing it.
But we're not doing it.
So it's a confusing
Mhm.
situation to walk in. That's not the fault of anyone.
Right,
here.
right. We just
That's
need
the
some
fault of-
clarity.
We are supposed to set
Mhm.
rules with all the expertise and input.
Right.
But in the end, we have to say, okay, this is what we're going to do. And then there should be a teacher out there who's not backed up by us and our actions and what we do and what we accept and what we don't accept. And it follows down.
That's true.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Ms. Clark? I have roughly 4 things to say. First, I'll talk about our ethics and goals. Don't want to get into tit for tat because the board must work as a team, work with unity, but I went back and checked our goals and ethics. We are not bound. We didn't accept parent data because we don't have to. What we are bound to do is use our independent judgment and not adhere to individual or special interest groups. And that's right in our goals and our ethics. Additionally, I based my decision, and I'm gonna base my future decision on science. I'm not a medical professional, so therefore I go to the medical professionals, to nurses, pediatricians, the health department, CDC, and the American Academy of Pediatrics. Quite frankly, we said we would revisit the data. I was hoping that we would go back to the yellow zone. We're now in the red zone. I think all of us here are trying to avert what happened in South Carolina. They had to return to virtual schooling. So all of us should be about the business of keeping these kids in school, and if requiring them to wear a mask is what we have to do, then I think we should do so. My point is that I think we should make high schools have to wear a mask as well.
Okay, someone else? Listen to everybody. Ms. Kim? I'm sorry, Ms. Kelly?
I'm not trying to not follow the rules today, but on August 2nd, we decided to opt for K-8. So, also, my friends have left Craven County Schools and they have started school in South Carolina, and their children's first day of school was yesterday. They did have in-person orientation and the children are in school. So not all South Carolina schools are doing virtual because they're physically in school. There's pictures of it that she's posted on social media. We still have time before school starts on Monday. I don't think that we should make a decision today. We all are aware, and I understand that some people don't want to listen to parents. I do, and I respect our parents, and it's not necessarily a special interest group.
The issue, quite frankly.
I don't think we should make a decision on this today until Thursday evening.
Hold on. Ms. Clark and then Mr. Dove.
Thank you. Last thing, mischaracterization. I love listening to parents. So we shouldn't put out disinformation like that. I was a parent myself. I still am a parent myself. I make no bones about it though. My decision is going to be based on science.
The problem is that there's science that pertains to this that splits both ways. There's science that says you should be vaccinated. There's science that says you shouldn't. There's science that says mask stops everything. But when I put on a mask, a cloth mask, even this one, and I blow, I can feel my breath come through the mask, especially cloth masks. Then they're wet, sticky, icky, and gooey from little kids, because we all know, and nobody's answered that question. Are school systems prepared to provide clean, dry masks to kids all day?
Disposable
So
mask?
And then here we are, interrupting instruction time for kids to change out masks or providing discipline. And if you look at these numbers, and our 93 quarantined students, they're all in a little pocket. They're all in a little pocket. And if you look at the map that Dr. Miller presented, we're the only county in the state that went with something completely different than anybody else. And I think we need to wait. I think that making a decision this quickly makes us look ill prepared. And yes, I hear about the science. I hear about it on both sides. But there's also self-responsibility. There is also self-responsibility. And I understand that there's rules and I understand that there's guidelines, but yeah, we do. We have a sign up on the door. We'll take your temperature. We're on this, we're not. You got to wear a mask, you don't. Everybody has signs up on their buildings that says masks required, but nobody's wearing them right now. And at some point in time, there is a degree of personal responsibility. And we still haven't gotten answers as to what discipline of students are going to be.
We did do that, Kelly.
I understand they're just going to, but parents need to hear it. We're going to send little Johnny home. And if little Johnny don't behave with his mask, little Johnny could possibly get up to 3 days suspension. So then he's losing instruction time anyway. So, I mean, I just don't think we need to do anything with this until at the very latest Thursday night. Pitt County waited, and I'll give Pitt County props. They waited. They let everybody know they're going to wait. And I would be willing to bet that part of the reason why they waited is because they were hoping and praying that they could put it on legislation in Raleigh instead of them having to carry that load. And I don't think that we need to do anything other than what we've already done until Thursday night.
Okay. Anyone else? Mr. Doug?
Okay, parents, I do respect parents when they want to speak. I do want to hear what any parent has to say. My whole thing is that I just don't believe that the parents that choose to come speak represent all the parents. There are many parents that have to work, they can't get here. And just because someone had the passion or the ability to come to a meeting does not discount those parents that did not have the opportunity to be here. And a lot of those parents, I heard from them. I spoke to them, for one. For two, mandating a mask to me is just like mandating not cursing or pulling your pants up. If we can mandate any other rules and regulations, this is just another. And if they don't, at least the way I feel, I voted what I felt was the right thing. People would know that I stood my ground for what I felt was right and what many people feel is right. Just like they don't suppose to, I won't go there, but they don't suppose to have their pants sagging or whatnot. Some do. It happens. But the rules are still in place. I don't want teachers to be overburdened, having to try to implement masks. But it comes to a certain time that I think the children will do what they know is right. instead of continue to be talked to all the time. Now, why I went different in North Carolina, I just want people to hear. I felt since it was so many people with passion that wanted parents' rights to be heard, at that age group, that was an opportunity that people could be vaccinated. We saw through the numbers that many weren't, but they could be. Therefore, in my heart, both worlds won. We protected those that couldn't be, the youngest, the smallest, and the oldest that had the opportunity to be vaccinated. We just hope that they would if they felt it was safe enough for them. So regardless how we look to the nation or whoever, I don't really care how we look on the opinions that I voted on, being K through 8 versus K through 12. I mean, people opinion, everybody has it, you know? But I just wanted to address some points since we are speaking to everybody.
Ms. Abbott, I'm sorry.
I think it fits under this discussion too, because I do have a concern. As you are aware, there will be a protest on Thursday night.
Mhm.
And I'm sure we'll have a number of people that want to come and speak. I don't know if it's getting there or not. There will be also, as I understand it, a counter protest. There will be a group of people that are standing that are saying mask, in support of mask. How those numbers break out, I don't know. Nor am I going to take a poll and say, oh, there are more anti-mask people here than there are mask people here. So therefore that persuades my vote. My vote on this thing all along has been about the science. I'm going to take a layperson standing in front of me here telling me about masks don't work over the CDC, Dr. Fauci, the North Carolina Health Department, all the health professionals. No, I don't think it works that way. I respect your right to have that opinion, but I don't have to believe it. My concern is Thursday night, I do not want to be in this room with a bunch of people unmasked. And if that's the choice I have, I'll have to be remote. Because they're going to stand there and take their mask or have their mask off, and they're going to spew. And I don't want to be breathing that air in a confined space, because everything that the science has told me is this is where you get it. Okay, so last point I will make. Why am I so adamant about this? I've had my shots. We've all had our shots. It's because the virus is very clever. It's looking for the next opportunity. Delta came after the children more than the first variant, the first COVID-19. And it is getting people that have been vaccinated also. It's a small number, but it's looking for the way to evolve to the next level. That's what viruses do. And that next level will defeat, to some degree, vaccinations. And there's a way you can put it down, dampen it down. You can get your vaccinations and you can mask. The science, people that I listen to, who are the credible people, say wear a mask, they do make a difference. My last point is I spent a lot of time, had the privilege of running back and forth to China, way back, and was amazed that people were walking up and down the streets in Hong Kong or Foshan or wherever, Beijing, with masks on. And the reason they were is because they had something that they did not want to give to somebody else. And that was the custom, courtesy, whatever. They effectively shut down the virus for a long period of time until now Delta's come around, because they had very strict expectations of masking. And it was my expectation of you, your expectation of me. It's person to person. It's not just the government, it's your culture. we have a culture, I think, sometimes it's a little bit self-destructive because it gets its priorities out of line. I want us to stay in school. I want children in the desk in front of teachers. I don't want schools shut down. I don't want classrooms shut down. And I want everyone to be safe. So, and for that reason, if it were my decision, I would say K-13. I had to go and to vote with what was the room that we had to work within. And it was justifiable because we know that the earlier children haven't had that opportunity to have vaccinations. But I'm thinking about teachers too, teachers at the high school level, that are being exposed, staff, as well as students, whole football teams. I mean, if we haven't gotten a little insight as to what's coming when we all get inside of the crowded classrooms by having to quarantine whole football teams already, school's not even in. Anyway, that's where I'm coming from.
Okay. Ms. Smith?
I I had this great conversation with our parent rep before she left, and it's just a great conversation because yesterday I was watching. This won't be relevant at first, but it comes to a point. I was watching what happened in Afghanistan with their children who were not going to be able to go. So many little girls will not be able to go to school anymore. Looking at what happened in Haiti, whole country wiped out. People would give anything to be able to go to school. The most that we're asking of our people, even if we're wrong, right? We want to err on the side of keeping our children safe. That's the worst thing that can be something we're trying to do, is to err on the side of keeping our kids safe, so that they can stay in school, so that they can be there, so that they can do all these things that are denied children around the world. So to me, I was hoping, as Ms. Clark was, that we would come back and we would be still in orange, we would be able to proceed that way, but we are absolutely going in the absolutely wrong direction. And every expert that I know, that I value, all the resources that I look at, say mask work. And I think probably for all of our students and staff at this point would be the way to go, however you want to word it, K-13 or whatever. Does that bother me? Yeah, it bothers me, but I don't want to be here a year from now still talking about this. I want us to do what we need to do to get our kids in school, to preserve their year this year, to take care of folks the best that we can. And if a year from now, if somebody's out in front of my house yelling at me, the worst they're gonna be able to say about me is that I cared about your kid who I've never met.
Someone else? So now we need to decide if we are going to, we are revisiting. And we said that we will revisit, and if we need to make a change if we need to make a change, if the numbers went down and we got back into yellow and it looks like the number is steadily rising. And it does not, we don't know what it may look like in September, but right now it looks like they're going up. Mr. Doug.
If we're going to a motion, I want to say this. I have no problem. I think it would be better. Most of us have our mind made up. Let me start there. But I have no problem waiting to hear parents on Thursday. However, how it went after the first vote, I do believe it will be too irrational, too irate, but I still have no problem waiting until then. But with that being said, even if I heard the parents that came to speak, I still know now what my vote would be. So would it make any sense? And I just put that on the line to let everybody know that's listening. I have no problem waiting to vote till after Thursday, but I pretty much know what I'm gonna vote for because I've spoken to more people also that just might not have the time to come speak on the mic.
I move that we require masks for high school as well as K-8.
Clarification, does that include early college?
Yes.
Discussion.
Discussion on the motion.
Yeah.
Kind of just, I thought.
Say what you have to say now.
Only thing I want to say is that no matter how anybody on this board votes, I understand how difficult the decision is. So when we walk out of here, I'm not going to disparage you or think less of you or devalue the job that you do. This is a tough job. And this was before, and it was a tough job before the word COVID ever became known. It is a incredibly difficult job right now that impacts people that we love, our families, and our decisions do that too. So I just want to say that no matter what you decide, I know it's a tough job for you, and I respect the fact that you do what you do.
Well, I'm gonna add to that. Well, the way I've been attacked since the last meeting, I'm gonna be honest, it's not as tough as you think for me. That makes it much easier for me to vote the way I'm gonna vote, because I see people stood more so on a political stance, regardless they like for me to use the word political. People stood on a political stance, more so on a conscious safety stance, which makes no sense to me. Just like you said, the decision I made is to hopefully protect the child that I don't even know, a teacher that I don't even know. The inconvenience with us sitting here with this mask on right now, we feel it too. But I do not believe that I just got to address some stuff since you said this, address it. I don't believe that if I'm out in public, in a car walking down the street, that I must have my mask on to show an example of wearing a mask. Let me put it out there. If I want to take my mask off when I'm separate, I can do that. I believe that I made a vote for a school system to protect children in the school because I'm sitting here to do that, not in my private space. For all the name calling that people came to me with wasn't anything but fuel. I made some comments that I stand by. I'll say them again, and I'll triple down on it. So I just wanted that to be said.
Anyone else? The motion, it has been moved and second that grades K through 13 wear masks. Are you ready for the question?
I'm ready.
Let's take a roll call vote.
Ms. Frances Boomer.
Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove.
Yes.
Mr. Carl Ipock. Ms. Stephanie King.
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Muse. Ms. Kimberly Smith.
Yes.
Madam Chair, you have 6 yes, 1 no. The motion carries.
Thank you. Thank you for that. And now, Dr. Mills, you can continue with your other presentation.
I will ask for 1 point of clarification, well, actually 2. When we say K-12, remember we have children younger than kindergarten on our K-12 campuses. They're recommending 2 and above. Does your ruling apply to the pre-K children and teachers and staff as well?
All Crawford County students.
Okay, 2 and up, so it's K-12 campuses. So I just want to make that clear. It's not kindergarten students, it's campuses. Second, outdoor events such as athletics. Masks are only in the building. They're going to want clarity.
We're in a high transmission of red. I recommend that masks be worn outdoor.
So until we're out of the red, I'm going with science all the way.
So we're saying at the football game, we're asking people to wear
And when
masks.
they practice, I'm just clarifying that because
So we want
Well, let me
athletes
add-
and everybody to wear masks during practice and everything. that right?
That what you're recommending?
The recommendation is that we're in a high transmission and they're in close proximity to wear masks, except when they are actually playing in the event. So when they're standing on the sideline, when they're sitting in the stadium, recommendations that they wear masks.
What if they're practicing?
That they're playing, when they're playing together.
For example, correct me if I'm wrong, if they are on the field playing football, they would not wear a mask. If they're sitting on the bench or waiting for their turn to go on the field, they would wear a mask. They would wear masks in the locker room. Certainly they wear them on the buses. That's already been clarified. So is that your recommendation? So I need to hear from the board so that I can share that with the athletic directors.
Is that exactly what we did last year when we were in high transmission? Are those the protocols that everybody's familiar with already?
Yes, and that was also with the North Carolina High School Athletic Association.
What are they recommending now? What's the athletic association recommending right now?
They are saying that a school, a team should follow their school protocol.
Putting it on the Board of Education to make that decision. Well, let's get the students first and then we'll talk about,
Okay, so we're trying to decide whether or not the athlete at practice,
outside,
we want them to wear their mask.
when they're not on the field.
When they're not, but when they're at practice.
If
They're
they're
on the field
playing,
at practice.
not work, what I'm hearing
If
them
they're
say.
practicing actively, no mask.
What if they're at practice? Check this out. Well, if that's what, and you said that's what they did last year. That was the guidelines last year, correct? Well, we didn't have.
Okay, I'm confused.
Okay, so I'm gonna say this.
Well,
That makes absolutely zero sense that a football player, they're gonna run and tackle each other. They're gonna be running up and down the field, trying to catch a ball, huffing and puffing, exerting themselves. I'm going to be exhaling a whole lot more doing that than what I am sitting in a seat. And this is the problem with the science that everybody talks about. That is the dumbest thing I have ever heard in my life. That I'm not going to wear a mask when I'm running up and down the field, jumping on top of somebody trying to get a ball. But if I'm sitting there calmly drinking a bottle of water, I have to wear one. And that's the science that everybody's talking about. I honest to God believe that we would all be better off as a country and a nation and as a people if we would turn the TV off. This is ridiculous. How can you tell me that it's safer for me to get tackled by 262-pound Mike and him huffing and puffing after he chases me down on the football field, and I'm at less risk to catch COVID doing that than what I am with him sitting beside me drinking a Gatorade? That's ridiculous.
I agree with you on that.
Nurse, please.
I agree.
I think if we're gonna do that, I don't think they should. be
I mean, my God, then we might as
If
well
you're gonna play
cancel
with a mask
athletics.
on,
Okay, that's, okay.
I'd like to mention,
That's it for our nurse.
and Miss Wagner as well. She has a son, I hate to put you on the spot, that plays football. What was the protocol last year when he played as far as on the field, as far as masking?
So it was possible. Can I ask this? Did your son say he couldn't breathe in it? And this is not me being sarcastic. This is.
But then we just say that would be left up to us anyway. But we think that, I mean, aren't we the ones to decide whether or not they wear this mask?
You are,
Aren't we the one that decide that?
and that's
So
why
if we
we're
think it's
clarifying.
silly, then we just make that a mandatory that when the football players are on the field, they wear the mask, right? Can't we make that decision?
You can direct us in whatever way you would like us to.
And we need a roll call vote on that too, because I'm voting no on that too.
Before we go to roll call,
Well, we need to talk about it first. Yes, ma'am.
In the toolkit, it says that when we're in an area of high transmission, we certainly are at this point,
Okay.
that we should cancel or hold high-risk sports and extracurricular activities virtually to protect in-person learning unless all participants are fully vaccinated. So if we follow the toolkit to the letter, we would suspend sports right now. And I know none of us want to do that.
No.
Absolutely not. But I'm just saying that that is the ultimate recommendation. So we are in that transition point. So this might be some sort of compromise.
So in essence, there could not be a football season.
According to the toolkit.
Yeah, I think we should cancel football season. If they can't wear a mask and they're gonna be huffing and puffing on the field, then if we're gonna make everybody mad, then let's just do it with gusto and make everybody mad. Because did you know that 235 high school students nationally died last year because of football? And I've already had parents bring it up to me that, you know, soccer is high risk, football's high risk, baseball's high risk, and all these kids are out there playing and exerting themselves and puffing and panting and out of breath. Then if we're going to err on the side of science, my God, we do not need to have anybody beside of us breathing hard or let alone jumping on top of it.
Let them wear a mask.
Well, who in the world wants to play football with a mask?
Mr. Doug.
I can agree with you 100%, Ms. Mills. But when we just got input, I didn't follow the team last year, but I am somebody that worked with New Bern High School varsity team for 6 years. I traveled to every game with them, but I don't know what happened last year. So if last year they had a whole season, they had playoffs, and they wore masks and it worked, I don't know why people are thinking we're creating this here. If it was done before and it worked, as inconvenient as it might have been, that's not a notion from my imagination. It's already been done and it can be repeated. And I don't see why anybody would be mad because I didn't hear anybody fussing about it last year when they did it. They weren't big mad like this, you know. So I don't know if we have to make that decision today, but just like last time we brought the nurses on, is there any way we can speak with the varsity coaches today? Because it's only 12:30.
Well, or I could bring this back to you Thursday night.
I kind of would, I would prefer that. I would prefer that you go and you benchmark with some other people because the reality is we did shut some stuff down last year. We don't want to have to shut down.
Absolutely
And
not.
so, but we are at a point where we need to be cautious and we want to be careful because and that needs to be said to the community. If you want football and you want these sports, you've got to help us get vaccinated, wear a mask, do what you need to do to get us from red back to orange, back to yellow. So I would like, instead of just kind of pulling willy-nilly, to get some actual benchmark data and information.
I can reach out to the athletic directors at the high school and have some feedback for you Thursday night.
Great.
And please let it be known, the Board of Education did not say that we were going to cancel the football season. Because you know how things can get out. We did not say that.
No.
All right, Ms. Wagner.
Yeah.
Right. Right. I don't think
we don't want to do that.
we don't want to do that. That's why we're trying to make a compromise here. And so we have to understand we are in a situation where every decision that we make is going to be challenged by somebody. We cannot please everybody with every decision that we make. We cannot do that. We don't have the power to do that. And we'll never have the power to do that. But we can come together and reason together and not get upset because things are not going our way. We are not children.
We are not having temper tantrum. We are trying to make decisions that will allow us to have school for the rest of this year, that would also prevent children from having to go to the hospital, also prevent teachers and other staff members from having to go to the hospital. It is not about any individual person. It is about doing the right thing so we can get this school year off to a good start and end with a good start. That's what it's all about. We ain't on stage performing, having a drama. We're trying to do the right thing to get this system back where it needs to be. Dr. Mill, I'm talking about Dr. Mill. Dr. Miller, would you please look into that information?
I will, and I will bring it back to you Thursday night for your consideration.
Thank you.
So at this point, athletics will continue as is until you revisit Thursday night to determine if there's going to be a change.
Right.
But you didn't hear the board say we want to do away with that.
That's what I was making it clear.
We did not say we want to do away with athletics.
And nothing is changing for athletics as
Nothing
far
is
as it
changing.
stands, except when athletes are in the buildings now, they will wear masks just like every other student.
Right.
Okay, we're clear on that. I did want to follow up on mask exemptions. The board has asked me about that. There are parents that may have picked those up at the school. We have had 3 mask exemptions turned in.
Okay.
One was incomplete. One was reviewed yesterday and denied, and one hearing is this afternoon. So that's where we are with mask exemptions.
Can you help me understand when they have a, I'm glad you brought that up because, so like an EC student who asked for a mask exemption and it's part of their IEP, do they still have to have an additional hearing or does that decision of the IEP?
The self-contained students with severe needs are automatically granted and don't have to go through that, nor do they have to get a doctor's note, correct?
So students in the adaptive setting do not require medical confirmation certification.
Okay.
All that's required is the parents submit the request. It's reviewed by the committee. We have representation from the EC department on the committee that they will review the IEP.
And reminder that if they requested a mask exemption last year, it's still valid. They do not have to resubmit this year.
Okay.
Wanted to clarify that as well. So we've had 3.
So that's why it's a low number, because many parents already have it and others didn't need it.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
One last thing, and I think I'll be done. I do have before you a letter initiated by the health department, Scott Harrelson. He would like me to sign jointly with him, which I'm certainly willing to do, to make clear to our families and community members that there are test kits in some of our local drugstores, and that would not be sufficient to get a kid back in school because it's just like anything we all buy at the drugstore. I'm not very good maybe at some of those tests to ensure that they're done accurately. And again, I have to say it one more time, our priority is to get kids in school and keep them there. So now that you've authorized us to give the test, we can do that, but we will not accept a family member saying, I did this test at home and it's negative. And is there anyone have any concern with me signing that as a partner with Scott Harrelson? We're going to include that with our parents.
Like partnership. I like that
You
you're
need
trying to
that.
get
You need that.
Yeah, and we're standing together on that because certainly Mr. Harrelson, he wants our community safe as well. So we're going to partner on this, and this will go in all the parent packets that will be sent out. I don't want parents to spend money on a test kit and then find out we're not going to accept that.
Okay.
And that's all I have.
Okay, the chairman report, I'm going. Yeah.
Excuse me.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I did have a question. We did not conclude what our stance is on masks required in this building and our other facilities, and especially in this room.
Well,
And
I would
I'd like
assume.
to have that established, so I know what the situation can be Monday, Thursday.
Me personally, if the schools are doing it, everybody need to be doing it. The school board need, when we have our meetings, I don't care what you do when you're in Walgreens or at the mall or wherever you are, when we come to this meeting,
If we have set this, we are asking our teachers and our students and all our personnel to wear masks, then the central office service staff, as well as the Board of Education, we need to be wearing our masks as well.
So would you like me to post that on the front door, mask required to enter the building? I can do that.
It actually is, I
That's
think
just
it
my-
is
I mean-
posted.
I need to update it because we're not, you're correct, not doing the
Okay.
temperatures and.
And the temperature sign probably needs to come down unless we're gonna actively be doing that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, so it's one message.
I will make that adjustment today.
And I'm gonna
If
request
they're not
that,
taking them into schools, I don't think we need to take them in the building.
We will update that, but we will live, per your directive, we will leave the mask required sign on the door. Or we will update it and take off the temperature course. Okay.
and I don't want any hollow enforcement if masks are required.
I didn't hear that part.
I was kind of reflecting back that we make a rule, but we don't enforce it. If that's the rule, I want it enforced,
Okay, that's what I was getting ready to ask.
as long as we're legal. And Mr. Gatcher
We are
will
legal
have
to
to
enforce.
assist the
15C36 gives you the authority to generally control the school system, unless that power's been given to somebody else. In this case, and it's you.
So just make the people aware, you know, that are coming to speak. The requirement would be one.
We can do that.
Otherwise, no entry, no mask, no entry.
I wouldn't
You don't
necessarily
come in
go
and
there.
take them all.
We'll deal with it at a case-by-case basis.
May I ask a question? What's the capacity that we can have for a gathering at one time?
That's not limited as of yet. Last year it was that there's no limit at this.
So we can have 500 people come here tomorrow.
Well, there's a safety thing in general, have nothing to do with COVID.
For this room.
Right.
So what's the fire code?
It's usually posted on the rooms.
So because we don't need to have any more than what we need to get in here. Because I know a lot of people gonna sign up, so we don't need to break the fire code.
We've got so many points of view.
Mr. Lee is guessing between 150 and 175, but we will get clarification on that.
Okay.
And that is a good idea. We do need that posted. So, Mr. Lee, jot that down, please.
One last question, and I apologize for asking. Will we have children present Thursday night? Are we returning to our normal?
We are, and they
presentations?
will be masked. Unless you tell me otherwise.
Oh, no, that's even more reason why we should. in my opinion.
You talking about our student representative?
Or spotlights or
Our
anything they're
spotlight
doing
students,
Thursday.
right? Because there will be children here because I anticipate some of the parents are gonna bring their kids here.
That's what I saw.
But what I'm hearing,
Me too.
some of the parents are gonna bring their children to the meeting.
And ask them to speak.
And so we can't stop them from bringing their children to the meeting if they want to bring their kids to the meeting. But I personally
Oh, no, I
would
was
not want to
talking
bring
about
mine.
He was
I
saying
know
that's
what you-
more of
yeah,
a
I see what you're
reason.
saying. Right.
our normal business. But it's gonna be one rule. I mean, you have the mask or you're under an age that it's not required, or you have a medical reason. Otherwise, it's enforced. I mean,
Can we just require them for everybody that, what, 2 and up? So the only person it wouldn't be required for is anybody under the age of 2.
Unless there's a medical.
Okay.
Dr. Diggs is, Madam Chair, can we allow some input from Dr. Diggs?
Yes, you're back.
Because they have open house today, so.
I would say first day of school.
You have an,
So right now, I'm
open-
just
you have
saying
an
y'all
open
gonna go
house tonight.
We got a lot of announcing to do.
It's too late for that tonight, right?
I agree.
I think it would be.
It was.
Mr. Goucher, they hear from Mr. Goucher first.
Since the
Mr. Goucher.
motion, since the motion was silent as to a future effective date, the motion is effective on passage right now.
Okay. So Dr. Diggs, they would need to let parents know at the high school, the expectation, mask for open house.
Okay. So it begins immediately.
Good
All right.
question. Thank you for reaching out.
Yes, thank you. That's all I have for you. Okay, anyone else has another question before we go to the chairman report? Oh, yeah, I did.
The leadership.
I thought that was in there. You got
A
something?
bit of good news, similar to
Thank you.
Principal Fellows, ECU has started a Pirate Leadership Academy. They gave us the opportunity to recommend with principal input. We recommended 3 candidates for the Principal Leadership Academy, which is to grow our future assistant principals and principals. And we had, we're happy to report Miss Alyssa Frazier, a teacher at Roger Bell, was selected to participate in the program. So she will be serving with us 3 days a week, going to class, and then eventually doing her internship with us. And so it is a pipeline to grow our own leaders. So we are very excited for Ms. Frazier and look forward to her internship, but also her becoming a future assistant principal, and whatever she dares to dream to become in Craven County Schools. This is a way for us to support her both financially and through the program, and allow her the opportunity to learn skills in a leadership capacity in our schools. So I did want to make you aware of that. This is for information only, but certainly a celebration for one of our teachers. Thank you. That's all I have. Chairman report, Ms.
You don't have any homework?
Yes,
Clark is
I
gonna
have.
post with the date.
Yes, ma'am.
The board, well, to my fellow colleagues, get your planners out, please, your calendars. And turn to September 20th. At any rate, I'm excited to tell you that Ms. Wheeler and I have finally resolved a training for my goal, which is going over and dissecting the survey results for the board. Initially, we were going to have training on September 1st, but we realized it might be more effective, cancel September 1st for us to do it during a retreat. And that's why I need your cooperation. Probably the best date, because we wanted after September's board meeting, would be September 20th from 8, that's a Monday, from 8:30 to 4. That would be over at the History Center, right in New Bern.
Trying palaces or so.
Yes, yes, thank you. And it's a full day's activity.
She said full, not full.
Full. That's my Southern Mass accent. Full.
No, it's not.
F-U-L-L. Well, we can make it 4.
September 20th, that's fine.
Yeah, that's 8:30 to 4.
Okay.
Thank you. That's all I have, Madam Chair.
Okay. September.
And
Is that it?
Cancel September 1st. There's nothing going on that day.
Okay, September 20th. So we're not going to meet September 1st. We're going to meet September 20th.
Yes.
For the retreat at the History Center.
Yes. ma'am.
Okay.
That is all go over. We have everything all. Oh, that's good. That, you're right.
Okay, so that date is acceptable for everybody. Great. All right, then, at this time, we would ask Dr. Miller if she would give us the plus delta.
All right, in thinking about your mission as a board, what worked today to help you accomplish your goals? What worked?
The presentation was streamlined and everybody was
Having the nurses in the building for easy access to the questions, and they're great.
What else worked today?
The DARE program is going to be great for the system.
Having Armida with us in the room, even though we didn't engage with us, don't feel like that's going to be a standard.
You hold your hand up.
You have something to say.
Having her here would be great.
It was great seeing the parent rep and the student rep present with us for another time. It's always good to have that.
Okay, what else worked? to help you accomplish your goals.
The partnership with UNCW.
Anything else?
I like the fact that we are being guided by our core values.
And the professionalism and enthusiasm, all of them, Jennifer, Tasha, everybody that came up, had a smile on their face, professional, great job.
Anything else that worked? All right, Delta, it would be even better if. If we adhere to those a little bit. What else? It would even be better
If we would make sure we include our representatives from school, the parent rep, teacher rep.
anything else, Delta? Anything else?
I got something.
I could tell.
It will work. This is for when using charts. It will work if there was time to speak with a larger majority of those involved with the data going in the chart prior to having to vote on the situation at hand. For example, you don't need the example. For example, when speaking with the nurses, even though the chart said one thing, two professionals that strongly feel another way, it would only make me believe that if we spoke with the others, that we would be able to disseminate the fact that speaking of health-wise, they would also agree with the nurses that were here today. I believe that chart more so alluded to time and what they felt like doing versus what they felt was the best way to do it.
Victor,
That's a long joke.
that's a dissertation. Can you condense that?
Ms. Meyer, you
Understanding,
could cut it
maybe.
short. You know, you just cut
Mr.
it
Dove,
short.
if I could paraphrase, I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, what you're saying is understanding that a chart can only give part of the story.
That's perfect.
There's always the rest of the story. I get that.
All right.
Anything else? All right, let's review those. Mara, can you go over those for me?
Presentation streamlined, everybody was here, nurses present and very good, the jail program, teacher of the youth was here, the parents, students, representatives, partnership with NCW, being guided by our core values, professionalism and enthusiasm of all presenters, deltas, flip from ground rules a couple of times, make sure we include our representatives in the school, and time to speak with the majority for those involved with they proud to vote.
Great, thank
Except that
you.
what I think he was getting to was the dissenters. He was trying to understand, like having maybe, is that what I'm hearing you say? You would like to understand why they voted?
You can keep, exactly. Well, yeah, that's what it is. I don't think that no was because that it was just totally because of the health. And that's all I care about, the health of the child. Not, I don't feel like having to do all of this, and I don't think they really care about having to do all of this that much when it comes to the health of a child.
And so maybe sometimes it would help if we get additional comments about.
There you
other-
go.
we can share that.
There you go.
We can do that.
Yeah, them pie charts alone just doesn't do it for me.
Okay, that's fine. Anyone else? Thank you for that. Do we have any bin items?
Do I need to get a motion to go into closed session?
We can, unless someone else, Madam Chair, wants to go to closed session, if it's not out of order, I will withdraw my concern and we'll vote on the record.
Okay.
That's one of the issues I think we can take care of, but I do believe there's one other issue that you need, that if Ms. Clark's comfortable voting, we can vote on the personnel report now.
Okay.
And I'd like a roll call.
Yes, ma'am.
Make a motion, we approve the report.
Correct?
It has been moved and second that we approve personnel report 2B. Are you ready for the question? They have a roll call vote.
Ms. Francis Boomer.
Yes.
Ms. Naomi Clark.
No.
Mr. Victor Dove.
I need to look at, I need to look at 2B. We voted on 2A, correct?
2B.
The personnel report.
Earlier today was 2A.
Yeah, you got both of them.
Yeah, I gotta look back at it again.
I'll come back to you, Mr. Dove, if that's okay. Mr. Carl Alpop,
Yes.
Ms. Stephanie King,
Yes.
Ms. Kelly Muse.
Yes.
Ms. Kimberly Smith,
Yes.
Mr. Victor Dove.
It's enough votes, so I just won't vote.
Abstained, so, Madam Chair, the personnel report passes.
Thank you. I need to get a motion to go into closed session.
And we will go into closed session, to consider the qualifications, competence, performance, or condition of appointment of a public officer or employee or prospective public officer or employee in accordance with NCGS 143/31811 subsection A6, and to consult with an attorney in order to protect the attorney-client privilege between the attorney and the public body, which is privilege is hereby acknowledged in accordance with NCGS 143/31811 subsection A3.
Second.
It has been moved and second that we go into closed session.
Break.
We ask, thank you all for coming this morning. We are going to be in closed session for about 30 minutes. We don't know. What's that?